Good morning, everyone. We will now call to order the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, June 9th. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Certainly. Supervisor Kennedy.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
Vice Chair Hume.
Here.
Supervisor Cerna.
Here.
And Chair Rodriguez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Will the clerk please read the Metro statement and any announcements?
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is live and recorded with closed captioning. It is cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV UVerse cable systems. It is also live streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replays Friday, June 12th at 6 o'clock p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/MetroCable14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and the use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per agenda off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted while making your comment. Comments made by the public during Board of Supervisors meetings may include information that could be inaccurate or misleading, particularly concerning topics related to public health, voter registrations, and elections. The County of Sacramento does not endorse or validate the accuracy of public statements made during these public forums. The recordings are shared to provide transparency and access the proceedings of public meetings. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each off-agenda item and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to the closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. Off-agenda public comments will take place for a maximum of 30 minutes. The remainder of the agenda comments will take place at the conclusion of the time matters in the afternoon. As a reminder, Rule of Procedure 10B allows the chair to establish uniform time limits for people addressing the board in relation to a particular matter. Such limits may be announced at the beginning of each matter posted on the agenda and can include setting a specific amount of time devoted to public comment for a particular item, announcing cutoff times for receipt of request-to-speak forms, reducing the amount of time per speaker, or other reasonable and content-neutral measures. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And are there any announcements?
I have no announcements.
All right. Let us proceed to the first item.
Item number 1 on our agenda today is the Bark of Supervisors Adoptable Pet Update.
Good morning.
Annette
Besworth with Animal
Annette,
Care.
Really quick.
Yes.
I think we have someone that might be a taker.
You might be interested? Good.
Thanks.
Goal accomplished.
Welcome, Annette.
She is very cute. Good morning. Last month, our little Dimitri that was brought to the Board of Supervisors was adopted the same day.
Sure.
Immediately, as soon as we got back to the shelter, somebody was waiting in line at noon when we opened. So great job with all the dogs being adopted so far. Today we have Senior Officer Jessica Rorick holding a special little guest who she is named Penelope Le Piu. As you can imagine, the color. She's a darling little black and white rat terrier mix. Very smart. Small dogs are very smart and hardworking. How do we know this? Because usually small dogs will tell you and alert you when the Amazon man is coming to your house. They're very smart little dogs. And actually the most in demand small dogs. No kidding. We usually adopt out small dogs, and then recently we quietly approached different shelters in different counties and took their small dogs so that we could adopt them out, because we do very well with small dogs here. Penelope is 6 months old. She has enough charm in the star her own Looney Tunes episode. She's adorable, playful, and impossible not to fall in love with. This tiny superstar is ready to bounce her way into a forever home and steal the spotlight. If Penelope has already stolen your heart, her animal ID number is A921181. Look at everybody, Penelope. Penelope will be available today for the first time at noon when we open at Sacramento County Bradshaw Animal Shelter. We are located at 3839 Bradshaw Road. And as a reminder, every pet that is adopted from our shelter is completely vaccinated, microchipped, and spayed or neutered when they go home. We currently have wonderful dogs and cats waiting for homes. So if you're thinking about adding a family member, please come send them our way. If your house is full, please encourage a family, a friend, a neighbor, a coworker to look at our website. We have lots of dogs that are available for adoption at any time, animalcare.saccounty.gov. This past Saturday, I want to share that we celebrated in a California Adopt a Pet Day, where we adopted out 68 pets in one day. It was a fabulous day for us, including cats, dogs, a couple birds, and a rabbit were also adopted. This one-day event was supported by ASPCA, and also this week is Pet Appreciation Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. And good luck to Penelope on getting adopted today.
I think it'll be good.
Thank you for being here. Next item, please.
Item number 2 on our agenda, Sacramento YOLO Mosquito and Vector Control District Annual Presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I did not bring an adorable mosquito, so I'll work on that next time. So thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Gary Goodman. I'm the manager of the Sacramento YOLO Mosquito Vector Control District, that we cover vector control for both Sacramento and YOLO County. Was there a presentation that was there? There we go. Perfect. So our mission is to protect public health from vector-borne disease. Specifically, West Nile virus is our most prevalent disease that we have in the area. West Nile virus is a bird disease carried by birds, transmitted by mosquitoes. So a mosquito bites an infected bird, picks up the disease, then bites another bird, passes it on, or bites a human and passes it on. And so we have continued cases of West Nile virus every year. We want the public to be aware of the very simple things that they can try to do to reduce mosquito production on their property, obviously not get bitten by a mosquito. You can't contract a disease if you don't get bitten. And to give the district a call when you are seeing or having mosquito issues around your property. So with the warm weather, and we had just a little bit of rain yesterday, which was surprising for us in June, that hopefully didn't fill up too many containers in people's backyards. But our technicians go around every day looking for, throughout our district, we cover all of Sacramento and YOLO County, over 2,000 square miles. And certain things are very easy for us to spot. Agricultural areas, the rice fields that we have in Natomas, the agricultural areas that we have in southern Sacramento County are very simple for us to be able to spot standing water. But to be able to see in people's backyards is much more difficult. And so we really need the public's help in being able to identify, are you seeing mosquitoes? Are you being bothered by mosquitoes? Give us a call. We typically can send somebody out same day or within 24 hours to be able to try to assess that issue. But anything that can hold water as we start to get into these warmer months for about 7 to 10 days is the life cycle of a mosquito from the time that they lay eggs, and they'll lay eggs about 200 eggs at a time in a water source, and then within 7 to 10 days, depending on the weather, will hatch off as adults. So the earlier that we can try to find those mosquitoes and take care of them in their aquatic or water sources, the better off we have in terms of reducing the population overall during the course of the season. So picture of a number of different mosquito breeding sources, your bird bath, broth, dog dishes, tires, anything that can hold water, again, for 7 to 10 days. And then we do a lot of work out in the agricultural areas. In our district, we have about 43,000 acres of rice. Those are big breeders of mosquitoes, and obviously those, especially the ones in Natomas, are right across the street from residential property. So we do a lot of work out there to be able to try to suppress the population. But we really just need the public's help in being able to identify, are you being bothered by mosquitoes? Do you see them? Do you know a neighbor who has maybe a bad pool that's gone bad? We go out there and try to take care of it and make sure that the mosquito breeding is reduced. So we go through what we call an integrated mosquito management approach, public information. We do a lot of fairs and events in the evening time over the weekends, a lot of presentations to neighborhood associations. National Night Out will be coming up in August in a couple months. We're very active on that. So we want to make sure that people are aware. We have an aggressive advertising campaign on television, radio, social media as well. And we also do school presentations. Now school's getting out, but we do that in the spring and in the early fall. Then we have our surveillance program. This is us going out every day and setting traps. So we set traps to collect mosquitoes, and that way we can identify which species and how many mosquitoes that we have. In our area, we have 23 different species of mosquitoes. Not all mosquitoes transmit disease, but they are always a nuisance. You're enjoying your backyard. You want to have a picnic on the weekend. You don't want to be inundated with mosquitoes, even if there's not necessarily a disease risk. So we set traps every day. We collect those traps. We bring them back. We separate them by species and by sex, male and female. Only female mosquitoes bite. They're looking for the protein in your blood to be able to lay their eggs. Male mosquitoes just mate with the females, and they feed on nectar, similar to other insects. And then we have a testing facility at our location in Elk Grove where we can actually test for virus, the presence of virus in either dead birds or in the mosquito population itself. Our biological control program, our mosquito fish, if you've ever been by our facility down in Elk Grove off of Bond Road, we have 23 ponds dedicated towards breeding small mosquito fish that we plant in horse troughs, rice fields, wetland areas, irrigation ditches, any place where they can thrive, and they will eat the mosquito larvae. So we have the largest mosquito fish breeding facility in the country, plant over 4,000 pounds of fish per year just in Sacramento and Yolo County. So very proud of that program. We have an ecological management program. This works with landowners, specifically farmers, but also U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service down at Stone Lakes, or the Nature Conservancy, CRP down below, making sure that they're not breeding mosquitoes on their property. So if there's something that we can do with heavy equipment, we have a backhoe and a dump truck, those types of things, we'll try to help them move water so that it's no longer standing and breeding mosquitoes. So that's another part of our program. That also includes our drone program. So we also have a drones.
One moment, Gary.
Yeah.
Supervisor Serta.
Thank you. Before you move too far off the subject, Gary, of the mosquito fish, you haven't mentioned it yet. Maybe I'm beating you to the punch here, but can you explain a little bit how your agency works alongside our local reclamation districts? My wife and I happen to live very close to what's colloquially called Fisherman's Lake. It's part of the RD 1000 drainage for Natomas, and I walk by it every day, and it's a pretty sizable water body. So I'm really curious personally how you deploy the fish, if at all, in water bodies like that.
In larger water bodies that are open water, tend not to see mosquito breeding. Essentially, mosquito larvae are very small, and they have a siphon tube so they can breathe, so they sit at the surface. So when you have an open water like that, you tend to get, just with even wave action, that disrupts their ability, which is why they like what we call standing water or stagnant water with a vegetation interface, which is like a rice field would be different, right? A ton of water, but a lot of vegetation that comes through. It protects them from being able to be either eaten by fish or being eaten by other insects. And so in open water areas like that, they tend not to breed mosquitoes, which is great. But we do use, because there are a lot of reclamation districts have other ponds that do have vegetation around the edge, we are in constant contact with any potential breeding source and being able to try to collaborate with them on what's the best way to treat it, or is there another way to either build or maintain their ponds or their areas so they're not breeding mosquitoes to begin with.
I understand that. That's helpful. Does that apply as well to many of the man-made lakes that are, kind of centerpieces for various subdivisions scattered across the county?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we have a technician that goes out, works in a particular zone every single day. So they're pretty aware of the new building and new construction that happens. When there is a new construction building, most of the times the builders contact us and we make recommendations as to what type of storm drains they might want to be putting in or other aspects. There was a neighborhood down in Elk Grove that they wanted larger properties, and so instead they didn't have sidewalks, so they had open irrigation ditches for their sprinklers to kind of come down to, and that created problems because the grass started to grow in that and created that vegetation water interface. We worked with them on being able to change that because of the first residents that moved into that neighborhood were getting killed by mosquitoes. And they're like, well, yeah, they're right here in your front yard. So we try to work with builders and new projects and being able to review their plans so that they're not producing mosquitoes right at the outset.
Good. Thank you for the response.
Great. Absolutely. And then our control operations, again, these are people that go out every day looking for mosquito breeding sites. And then, of course, adult mosquito control. So as we start to see higher populations, especially now in the summertime, we'll see higher populations of adult mosquitoes. And then high virus activity, that's when we have to employ adult mosquito control measures. And that's anywhere from ground with backpacks, ATVs, trucks, and, of course, the airplane. And we do the airplane a lot in agricultural areas. We treat over 500,000 acres a year just in the agricultural areas of Sacramento and Yolo County, most over rice fields and other places, to be able to try to create a buffer so that those mosquitoes are not coming into town. This is a map of West Nile virus activity in Sacramento County last year. The red circles are positive mosquito samples that we collected. So we had 67 in Sacramento County, and then the yellow squares are positive dead birds. So these are locations where we've collected a bird that tested positive for West Nile virus. Most of our activity last year in Sacramento County was kind of a north of the American River area, just a few parts south and around the Elk Grove, and then you can see some activity down in the Delta as well. Last year in California, there were 113 human cases of West Nile disease. I want to try to identify specifically the vast majority of these are people that exhibit neuroinvasive form of the disease, much more serious form of the disease, that end up getting hospitalized. And so CDC estimates that for every neuroinvasive form, there's anywhere from 30 to 70 additional cases that just go unreported, because you may get sick, you may get bitten by an infected mosquito, exhibit symptoms, which are flu-like symptoms, and you'll stay home. You never go to the doctor. It never gets diagnosed. So we think there are actually thousands of cases on an annual basis for West Nile. We are seeing the trend over the last couple of years go down a little bit. It is cyclical. I wish there was a way to predict what kind of season we were going to have this year, but right now we are seeing a little bit of activity in the East Sac and Tahoe Park area. We've collected about 5 positive birds from that particular area and 1 mosquito sample so far this year. So we're still on the lookout, but it's still a little bit early. We have detected what we call invasive mosquitoes, and we've been bringing this up. Our first detection of invasive mosquito, and this is a mosquito that traditionally has not been in our area. It is Aedes aegypti, Asian tiger mosquito, and it has moved up its way from California. It's endemic in in Mexico, Central America, South America, and obviously Southeast Asia. And this is a mosquito that can transmit the more exotic diseases like Zika. I know, Phil, you love chikungunya. When I say chikungunya, man. Can never say it enough. And other more exotic diseases. And so the concern is we don't want them to become established in our area. So these are detections that we found since 2019 in the area. We are dealing with them, and the populations are very low. But we want to be able to make sure that the public is aware. These typically like to bite people, and they like to be around homes. So if you're being bitten in the middle of the day, if you're being bitten in your home, please give us a call so we can come out and take a look at it. And they breed in very, very small sources. So they can breed in bromeliads, which we've seen, which are small plants that hold water right there in the middle of the screen. We've also seen these mosquitoes breed in just a bottle cap of water. So it doesn't take much for them. Last year in the Natomas area, we implemented a new technique, sterile insect technique. And essentially what this was is we're used to killing mosquitoes, and this is actually releasing mosquitoes. And so we release male mosquitoes. Again, male mosquitoes don't bite, and they're infected with a bacteria called Wolbachia. When we release these male mosquitoes into an area, they mate with the wild female, and then the progeny or the eggs that lay do not hatch. And so we saw very good success. We did 25 acres in the Natomas area last year, and we're going to be expanding that area to another Rosemont area, about 120 acres this year. So we'll be doing that and starting that just after July 4th. So SIT has been around quite a long time, but just brand new for mosquitoes. There's an outbreak, or I don't want to say outbreak, but indication of screwworm down in Texas that has an impact on cattle. They've been using sterile insect technique under USDA for decades, and they'll probably be implementing that or ramping up that system again. So SIT has been around for quite some time. So moving forward, again, we're going to be expanding our SIT areas, our sterile insect technique, to the Rosemont area, about 120 acres this year. We want to continue our surveillance efforts, making sure where we know where West Nile virus is going to happen this year, because it will occur. We have the right types of birds, corvids and crows that carry that disease, and the right types of mosquitoes that can transmit it. And then any opportunities that we have for public outreach, please give us a call, let us know. We have these repellent packets, so we hand these out. We buy this stuff by the pallet. We have tens of thousands of them. So if you have an event that's happening in the evening, especially in the summertime, movies in the park or whatever that may be, please give us a call. We'll be more than happy to deliver some repellent along with some information so that people can protect themselves and make sure that they're not being bitten out in the field. So, and again, we want to really encourage the public. If you see a dead bird, give our district a call. We want to test that bird to see if it died of West Nile, if we have transmission in that area. If you see mosquitoes or being bothered by mosquitoes or know somebody that maybe has a bad swimming pool, please give us a call. We want to be able to come out, and typically we come out again within 24 hours. So with that, and if the board has any questions, thank you very much for your time.
No questions right now. Any comments from the public?
Not for this item.
Well, thank you very much, Gary, for the presentation. It's always great to hear from you guys on a yearly basis.
Great. Thank you very much
you.
for your time. Appreciate it.
All right. Next item, please.
The next item on our agenda, number 3, is the 2026 Family Health and Fitness Day presentation.
Good morning, Liz.
Good morning. I'm a little bit shorter. Okay, I'm going to step out from the podium because we have merch. You can get your own Family Health and Fitness Day shirt.
Yay.
Sorry. I'm excited about that, clearly. We tried to do it last year, and we managed to do it this year. There's the QR code. Quick, get your camera out. All right, so this year, for Family Health and Fitness Day, which we celebrate every year the second Saturday of June, we have a lot of different activities available for the public in so many different genres. So first one, American River Parkway Foundation is partnering with Broad Room to have Knit in Public Day. So don't make anyone mad that's knitting, but come enjoy knitting in our parks. FEA Nature Center, I want to take a quick moment to acknowledge the fact that it is their 50th anniversary, and that is actually on June 18th. But they have a couple of different classes that you can sign up for. There is a charge for that class, and you do have to pre-register. Friends of Sailor Bar is having yoga and nature walks at Sailor Bar, and some other people that are coming out and giving talks. So again, trying to get more people out at Sailor Bar and enjoying that beautiful site. Soil Barn Farms has yoga again. Our Garden Like a Farmer series. These are also classes you need to pre-register, and there is a payment required. This one is very exciting. This is Trail Accessibility Equipment demonstration at William B. Pond. There's going to be a lot of different types of equipment for folks that have different disabilities. They can check it out and see how they can actually get out and enjoy our parks a little bit more. And so that's free of charge, and hope maybe if you are interested in that or have family members that would benefit from that you can check that out. There's a volunteer service day at Camp Pollock. If you really are into, pulling weeds, not in your own yard, feel free. American River Raft Rentals. It is a beautiful weekend to go rafting. Cherry Island Golf Course has a lot of free family activities, so there'll be bounce houses for kids, face painting, junior golf lessons, all of that free of charge, brought to you by Corsco. At the Cosumnes River Preserve, if you like to run, we have a 5K for you. Dry Creek Ranch House, if you're more into, fun cars. Come on in, Night of the Revving Dead. And there's one, there we go. Oh no. At Gibson Ranch, you can come meet some of the horses that are boarded, also some of the farm animals. We're going to have youth sports and games for free. That is brought to you by Rio Linda, Alberta Recreation and Parks Department or District. And then we're also having a community outreach and input event where we're trying to gather information from the community about future grant projects that we will be pursuing in the Gibson Ranch Dry Creek Parkway area. And that's all I have. If there are any questions, happy to answer.
There are no supervisors in the queue. Any public comments?
No public comment on this item.
Wonderful.
Well, thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
very much. And so where do proceeds go for the shirts?
They go to our department. So what we're doing, it's a drop ship type of a thing, so we don't have to buy inventory. They get shipped directly to you, and we get a very small amount of the proceeds, but it's a way to have merchandise out. And hopefully we're going to have a whole new line for July, Parks and Recreation Month.
Very good.
Thank you.
Great color. Thank you. Next item, please.
All right, next on our agenda is public comments relating to matters not on the posted agenda. And we do have several speakers signed up. First, we have Wesley Trummel.
Good morning, Wesley.
Hello. I just had a few comments. It's been about 4 or 5 years ago since I came in and had concerns about my local park along the American River Parkway. And since that time, I've come back a few times to chat. And since I made my initial comments, I've gone to many of the board meetings at the Park and Recs. And I wanted just to compliment you on your choice of commissioners. Those 5 people are amazing. So congratulations. I've actually heard them kind of squabble over who gets to staff what project. So amazing group. If I had one concern about the park system, it really is the age of the park plan. At some point, that thing is going to have to get opened up, and that's going to be Pandora's box when that happens. I think most of the people in Sac County don't appreciate what they have in terms of scope. The park system is huge. It is well managed. It's a growing thing. It's quite amazing. The team is always looking for ways to make it grow and looking for other people to help fund it. A little embarrassed. Ms. Bellis is here. Casey and Bill do an amazing job at the various commission meetings. Quite amazing. And so, given the breadth and the diversity of people and skills within the park system, I would want to say, please be nice to the park system in the budgeting process. They are only half of 1% of the entire budget. And so with their diversity and the things and the kind of things they manage, everybody has to bleed some, but please be easy on them during the budgeting process. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Wesley.
6 seconds to spare.
Our next speaker is Darryl Turrell.
Good morning, Darryl.
Good morning. My name is Darryl Turrell. I'm a resident in the city of Moreno Valley in Riverside County. It took me 7 hours and almost 400 miles to get here because I'm here to ask this honorable body to consider adopting what San Joaquin is about in the process to do, to adopt the catalytic converter unlawful possession ordinance. I've been doing this for the last 4 years because of what happened to a friend of mine, because I work 2 jobs. I work at Lowe's and I work at Stater Brothers, bagging groceries. And his catalytic converter was stolen in the parking lot. So there was no law on the books. So I went down to my board of supervisors in Riverside County and asked them several times to adopt it, and they did. I went to 19 cities, and all 19 cities did. We have 28 cities. Every last city has adopted this ordinance. I've been to Ventura, Fresno, Orange County, Kings, Kern, and they all adopted this ordinance. And I come here to you, to this esteemed body, to ask you to do the same thing, because we have to be on the same page. The people down the street see this problem as a licensing issue. But how can you call it a licensing issue when a person can steal up to 8 catalytic converters and live and have a working person struggle to get that repaired? So I'm asking you to join all of our counties, 7 of our counties, to do the same thing. And I hope you consider that, because it will give your officers the tools they need to hold these people accountable, whether it's 1 or 8. Because the law is what I call 8, you skate. The one I'm asking for you guys to do is 1 and you're done. Thank you.
Mr. Villanueva, who could he speak to with the county on this item? I'm interested in getting more information.
Mr. DeFonte would be a good start
Okay.
for
All right.
code related.
All right.
He's sitting here right here.
So let me connect you two, because, all right.
And our next...
One moment. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was queued up because I'm looking at county staff. I'd like to get a follow-up on this, maybe a little information about what these local ordinances are accomplishing. Obviously, the theft of catalytic converters is a huge issue in unincorporated area that we oversee. So I'd like to follow up with county staff about this.
Absolutely. We'll look into it and talk with our counterparts down in Riverside County and bring something back to the board.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is Edric Brown.
Good morning, Edric.
Good morning. First, I would like to thank everyone in here who contributes to making Sacramento a better and safer community. To the panel, I'm the person that left binders on all of you guys' offices. This initiative that I've created in Sacramento led me to being interviewed on ABC 10 Sacramento last week, and there's a chance that no one knows what the public bridge, so I'm going to introduce you guys. First of all, I'm going to say I'm sorry to everyone here and that's watching. My name is Edric Brown. In the year 2003, I made a terrible decision. I discharged a firearm at a vehicle after a heated dispute that led to me facing Judge David D'Alba in Sacramento Superior Court System, and I received a life sentence that day. I did 23 years in prison, and halfway through there, I was making the terrible decisions. The other half, my mother had a health issue that led me to writing down all the things that it took for me to rebuild my character up to be the person I am today. I offered that to the California Department of Corrections prison system. They implemented my curriculum in multiple California prisons, which led to me being the person that people come knock on my door. Your name, Edric Brown. I took your program in another prison. That led to the victims, the crime that I committed, no one was injured. The victims came and advocated for my release. So the judge came out of his retirement, authored a letter to Sacramento court system asking for my immediate release on October 23rd, 2025. I was a person that had been in prison for 23 years, scheduled to die in that cell on October 24th. 2025, I was released, no parole, and I brought those programs out here to the community. And since being home, I've been offering them to the courts, the school districts, trying to say that we need to rewire these kids' heads to get into the way they're thinking, to change the way they're acting. And I want to thank the Board of Supervisors, especially you, Rich Desmond. I take kids into Folsom State Prison as a youth diversion program. I'm the only one in Sacramento County that does this. I'm not funded by any entity in Sacramento. Rich Desmond's office did allow us some fundings that took 12 kids to Folsom State Prison and allowed them to come to a location to confront what happened in front of their parents. It was a beautiful thing. Everything is online on my website, www.publicbridge.com, and that's pretty much what I came here to say is thank you guys for everything you're doing to make Sacramento a better community, and I'm sorry for being the problem back then, but I'm the solution now.
Edric, I just want to personally say congratulations on turning your life around. I'm a believer that people oftentimes make poor mistakes, especially in their youth, but everybody can be rehabilitated if they really want to. And so I just want to thank you for bringing your inspiring story to inspire others and to hopefully help other young kids ensure that they don't fall into that life. So thank you.
Thank you. Saturday, Judge Steve White is coming with me to Folsom State Prison to take 18 youth in there to experience that.
Thank you.
All right, we have no additional public speakers.
Okay, next item, please.
Next item on our agenda are consent matters. That's matter 5 through 67, and I have no notes.
Okay, I do have Supervisor Stern on the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I have questions on item 20 and comments on item 25.
All right, item 20. Item 20 is to authorize the Director of Airports to execute the Second Amendment to Agreement for Architectural and Engineering Consultant Services at Sacramento International Airports.
Morning, Cindy.
Good morning.
Just a couple of questions as it relates to this amendment. it's a $10 million amendment. I note in the board letter, part of the rationale, the summarized rationale that we see here is for quote unquote unforeseen site conditions. Can you elaborate a little bit more than what's just a simple bullet item here?
Sure. There are some underground conditions both under the apron where the concourse will be extended to, and then in the basically the grassy area that it turns out that the as-built we have aren't as accurate as we had wanted.
Okay.
So there may be, I mean, that's what we're planning for.
But is it higher than usual water table, anything like that, or?
No.
Okay, all right. And then the other cost increases attributed to additional design efforts. What, can you elaborate on that?
Sure. What we're finding is that there are some line of sight issues with the new tower that FAA is putting in place. So
that's
we
the whole
are,
reason for, or part of the reason for the new tower, is it not?
Well,
is to have
yes,
line of sight
yes.
to see the tails of the planes.
Yes, indeed. So the issue is that the extended concourse will cause some line of sight issues with the aircraft movement area where taxiway Bravo meets taxiway Alpha, and so we may need to shorten the concourse a little bit. We're actually literally probably right now my staff are meeting with the FAA Air Traffic Organization regarding that.
Okay. I won't keep you long. You might want to get back to that, huh? And then lastly, I note too that this item is not just about the additional $10 million to get to a $45 million total, but is also, and I want to understand this, is this also to give you a little bit more authority to have some flexibility moving forward on unforeseen circumstances that will affect cost?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so for instance, if we were to have some of the items that I just referenced, would then that be handled administratively? It wouldn't necessarily need to come back before the board?
That's exactly right.
And is there a certain dollar amount threshold?
Well, the amount of the contract won't be greater than the 45.
Okay. All right. That's all I had on this item. Thank you for coming down and answering my questions.
Thank you so much.
And item 25 is adopt a resolution authorizing 10-year agreement with Danny Wimner Presents LLC for the production of festivals at Discovery Park.
Very good. Good morning, Crystal.
Good morning.
I just wanted to mostly thank you for all your attention and focus on this. This is an item that I wholeheartly support. I think most everyone knows I'm a big fan of Aftershock, and now we have Golden Sky back. And so I think moving forward to have an ongoing, productive, public-private working relationship, one that's proven now over a decade with Danny Weimer, is the right thing to do. For those that may not know, this comes with a good deal of contribution back to the county in terms of resources for the parkway. And so I just wanted to take a moment and thank you and thank Liz, who's also here, and others, Dave DeFonte, Dave Villanueva, for understanding the import of this partnership. And we all look forward to enjoying the concerts at Discovery, the festival at Discovery Park well into the future. And that's what today's all about. So,
Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
Sure, I'll go ahead and start on the same item since you're already up here, Crystal. And
I'm still here.
Just to say that I was at the Visit Sacramento luncheon the other day, as were you, and as was the CEO, and there was much fanfare, including a little magic wand by the mayor of Sacramento about making this happen and bringing back Golden Sky. And I just want to compliment you and compliment Liz. You know, the county of Sacramento is kind of like a duck on a moving body of water where it looks very still, from above, but underneath the feet are going very quickly. And so people don't always recognize the work of the feet and what they're doing to make it look like the duck is still. And so I think it was an oversight to not include the County of Sacramento in heralding this accomplishment. We obviously negotiated with Danny Wimmer Presents. We're front-loading the cost to do some paving in order to improve some site work. And so I just wanted to take a moment and publicly say thank you for doing what you can to lift up the Sacramento region.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I had another comment on this one, too, if you don't, real quick before you, your next one,
that's
Supervisor Hume. So I want to pile on also, Crystal. I'm obviously very supportive of this as well. And I appreciate your comments, Supervisor Hume, particularly about the role of the county. I think a lot of times the public doesn't really appreciate the amount of investment the county makes in some of these events and other things that are really primarily in the city of Sacramento, but that we are making the investment in it. And you are, as part of this agreement here, you and I had a discussion yesterday about really incorporating into this agreement the idea that they also need to be promoting local businesses in unincorporated Sacramento County. I mean, the county should be benefiting from this, not just the county as a whole, but certainly the unincorporated communities. So thank you for your unwavering attention to that, Crystal. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Crystal.
Okay, so first order of business, I'd like to note a recusal on item number 14 to avoid any conflict of interest allegations.
All right, number 14, recusal from Supervisor Hume, approved bid awards to North Star Builders Group.
Thank you. And then I have questions, actually a comment on item 31 and questions on item 53 and 58.
Item 31 is our authorize the Director of the Department of Transportation to execute an agreement for planning and consulting services with Mark Thomas and Company.
Thank you. And so I just want to offer to the DOT staff that, anything I can do to help with the outreach, help get you in the rooms with the right folks, and help prioritize any of the projects. It's an important thing to be doing out there. And so I just wanted to thank you for your attention to it.
Item 53 is authority to execute a multi-year expenditure agreement with Healthy Community Forum for the Greater Sacramento region doing business as Community Health Works in an amount not to exceed $6,530,838.
As though she knew it were coming, Emily maybe had a little bit of forewarning that I might ask questions about this. I don't want to disparage the work of any particular organization, but I think, when we're looking at what is essentially a little over $2 million a year to fund Cohiwo and the outreach that they do, and then tomorrow we're going to be discussing significant cuts potentially to other departments who also operate homeless outreach teams with very different purposes and very different outcomes. And, I think there's been a lot of effort recently on collaboration and maybe working across, departments or across sectors to try and figure out how we can be a little more effective. And so I'm just wondering, in reading the board item, I think it was like 1,800 or so unique individuals that Cohiwo reported with a 40-something% positive outcome rate. I'm not expecting this answer here today, but are you able to quantify the cost per outcome or how effective we are being? Or, I just want to make sure, because we have several very large contractors in this space, a couple of which are mentioned in the consent calendar today. And are we able to track and to quantify the efficiency and efficacy of those dollars?
Yeah, no, thank you. Excuse me, Emily Halkin, Director of the Department of Homeless Services and Housing. Yeah, I know we come to you annually with a report on our homeless outreach efforts and the outcomes. We certainly have the ability and happy to do more digging into some of those outcomes. So specifically, we talk quite a bit about the intensity of touches that it takes our outreach teams to engage, and the story along the way often is is lost in some of those big picture numbers. But I was just looking at some numbers this current fiscal year, and Cohiwo has effectuated over 300 people moving into shelters, including they are the direct access for the sheriff as well as other law enforcement into our scattered site. They've effectuated over 174 folks moving directly into housing, and then some other positive exits, including linkages with behavioral health. So certainly happy to dig in and provide the board more information on what those exits look like how many are into a housing unit where you pay directly versus reunifications with families. I certainly appreciate that there is a different sort of goal in mind with the work that we do, but I will say that our outreach teams are amongst the most successful and oftentimes in some of our efforts in our department.
And I had a conversation with DC Qatari this morning and mentioned that Cohiwo has kind of shifted their model of rather than trying to chase and find people in the field, now they're having more of an office hours situation where individuals are self-selecting to come and make those touches, which hopefully results in more positive outcomes because now you have somebody who's obviously showing interest rather than, chasing down someone who's told you no, told you no, told you no. And I guess as we go through the discussion tomorrow, what I would like to unpack and explore, and I realize that within the social work world and within the law enforcement world, they are not necessarily solving for the same X, but if there is a way to have, multi-functional teams and maybe embed one or the other in order to be a little more effective for the outcome that I think we all are looking for.
Certainly happy to. And, the sheriff is a critical partner for us as well, and Cohiwo is directly connected to them, and we are willing to engage in whatever makes the most sense. They also Cohiwo serves as the front door to the shelter beds that we've kept out of the coordinated access system specifically for access from law enforcement, and we welcome ways to, improve that connectivity, to make the referral process a little bit easier. We do receive referrals from the HOT team, and we're willing and able to accept many more. So happy to have that conversation and to provide you any more detail.
Thank you. And that's exactly the point that I had in the conversation this morning that I'm going to mention in an item later on the agenda. So when you have that moment in time inflection point where there's maybe just that spark of right now is when we need to act, I feel the more people we have being responsive, the better off we're going to be.
I agree, and we find that direct referral sometimes is more successful for some of the more challenging folks or more people with more vulnerabilities rather than a broader coordinated access system, which requires a little bit more complex discernment of where you're at. So the direct connection from the outreach worker often can cut through some of the things that people aren't willing to share with you. And discern what is the most appropriate location for folks to move to.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
One moment, Emily. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Hume. And I certainly agree with you and welcome these discussions. The board, we made a decision a long time ago to kind of really keep silos to an extent in terms of the social services outreach and the sheriff's HOT team. And at the time, I brought up that, kind of a model is an embedded one where they work hand in hand. Now, I don't think it has to be an all or nothing approach, but Emily, you and I have had many, many discussions about this, and I'm always trying to get our Cohiwo folks and your folks to talk more frequently with the sheriff's HOT team and coordinate much better, because I think they can still coordinate better. I mean, I think there was a time when I first got elected where it was Sacramento Self-Help Housing at the time had the contract for a lot of the outreach workers in the community. They would attend every one of the Business Watch meetings and the PBID security meetings right there alongside with the business and property owners and law enforcement. And somewhere along the way, that kind of went away, and I think it's important to still do that. I've gone on ride-alongs where it's been the sheriff's HOT team and members of your staff, and I think that's also very valuable to have those as many interactions as they can have where they're sharing information. They come at the problem from different perspectives and with different approaches, but that communication is crucial, and I think it creates an environment where they have a much better understanding and appreciation for each other's respective roles, and that leads to more success. So,
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Emily.
And then lastly is a question and comment on item 58.
58 is the authorization to execute a retroactive revenue agreement with the City of Ileton for the provision of law enforcement services for the period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2029.
So first off, I just want to publicly thank Sheriff Cooper, because he has flipped on its head the response for the Delta in general. It's a very large beat that those officers patrol, and he has made it so that they are embedded in the Delta and then get called away when calls come in rather than the obverse. And so there's been a noticeable change down there, which is a good thing. My staff and I were down in Ileton meeting with representatives of the school district down there, and how they don't have any school resource officer either funded through the school district or provided by the sheriffs. And oftentimes the response time is such that if they have a school lockdown crisis, it's parents who are showing up. Obviously very interested and involved parents, but borderline breaking down individualism, which I don't think is a good thing. And so obviously, the city of Ileton continues to struggle financially and try and get themselves pulled out of the tailspin that they were in. And so my question is that they're in arrears, and there's a payment plan being developed as a part of this. And so the expectation is that they will stay current on the new contract and make payments to bring themselves up from the previous amount?
That's correct. So back in 17-18, we started, we rewrote the contract so that their public safety allocations from Prop 172 and the COPS funding go directly to the sheriff's office to offset the costs. So the combination of that and their payments will pay for their current amounts, and they've also agreed to a $35,000 a year repayment for now. I mean, those are the resources that they have available, but this is definitely a good effort we see moving forward with the new staff and them trying to get ahead of their debt. So
that's great. I think that is a very positive development. The recognition and self-awareness on their part to get caught up. Once they are caught up, or even as they're making those good faith payments, will that affect the amount of law enforcement presence down in the South Delta?
We respond no matter what the reimbursement is.
Sure, understood.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm looking at an officer who is responding from the Herald area is going to be different than an officer who's responding from Ileton to a call in Ileton.
Sure. So I guess expanding services of the contract maybe, and getting school resource officers or other things in place as they get caught up and have the affordability is definitely something we can look into.
Which begs an interesting question that I'm happy to take offline, what is the expectation of service embedded in this contract as far as response times or units on patrol or something of that, what can we quantify? But I just want to, again, express my appreciation for the change in operating protocol that has resulted, I think, in a more positive public safety presence in the Delta. Previous to this, they were, if there was a domestic violence incident, they would call the fire department, simply because at least that would be lights and sirens coming down the street. And that's not, I don't think, an appropriate use of resources. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. All right, no other supervisors in the queue? Any public speakers?
For consent, yes, we do have some public speakers for consent. And first up, we have Kara Miskett, would like to speak on item 25. Carrie Miskett.
Good morning, Carrie.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Miskett. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Visit Sacramento. I am here in place of my CEO, Mike Testa, who is traveling this week and a little devastated that he can't be the one to be here for this important item today. I wanted to start off by commending the county for cementing a home for the largest hard rock festival on the West Coast right here where it belongs. The importance of Aftershock cannot be overstated at Visit Sacramento. As you all know, this event brings more than 160,000 people to our region, yes, for music from across the country, around the world, but while they're here, they're also experiencing us as a destination and then bringing millions of dollars in economic impact that goes back to our communities. I think your comments, Supervisor, were well taken about the duck under the water. I also want to commend just the approach to Aftershock and tourism overall from leadership and staff. I see it as both strategic and bold. By working to diversify what we can offer as a destination, that's very important to us as Visit Sacramento, but at the same time, creating something that can grow here that our residents can enjoy is also of equal importance. So again, thank you for your efforts and for considering this resolution.
Thank you.
Our next speaker on consent, Charlene Garcia, speaking on item 25.
Good morning, Charlene.
Good morning. My name is Charlene Garcia, and I'm the Executive Director of the Sacramento Hotel Association, representing our region's 97 hotels and more than 15,000 jobs that SHA members sustain. I'm here this morning to comment in support of item 25, authorizing a 10-year agreement with Danny Wimmer Presents. Music festivals are a key driver of hotel stays here in Sacramento, which bolsters our region's $4 million visitor economy. And it provides ongoing tax revenue for the county. We appreciate your dedication to approving resolutions that promote tourism and support our member hotels. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker on consent, David Huber.
Good morning, David.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is David Huber. I am the General Manager of the Hilton Sacramento Arden West and Board Chair and President of Visit Sacramento. Today I'm here in strong support of the resolution authorizing a 10-year agreement with Danny Wimmer Presents. Music festivals like Aftershock are essential to the health of our region's hospitality industry. They generate multi-day, high-value visitation that supports local jobs, small businesses, and a broader tourism economy. For my hotel, Aftershock is the single most impactful event of the year. It is consistently transformed our October performance. Over the past 2 years during the four-day festival, we've operated at near sellout occupancies with average nightly rates in the mid-200 range. That represents a 30% higher occupancy and 25% higher rates compared to typical October weekends. Importantly, events of this scale don't just benefit downtown. They drive demand across the entire region, including properties like mine that rely on strong regional visitation. I want to thank the county for your leadership in fostering this partnership with Danny Wimmer Presents. Your support has helped grow Aftershock into a nationally recognized event and a cornerstone of the Sacramento visitor economy. This type of investment reflects a clear understanding of what it takes to sustain a vibrant tourism sector and to support the thousands of employees and businesses who rely on it. Thank you for consideration of this important resolution.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
And our final speaker for consent items is Jerome G.
Good morning, Jerome.
Good morning. Good morning, Executive Villanova and Board of Supervisors. My name is Jerome Gerritsen, and I serve as the General Manager for the Sheraton Grand in downtown Sacramento, as well as the Board Chair for the Sacramento Hotel Association. I'm here in support of the authorizing the 10-year agreement with Danny Wimmer Presents. Specifically, I'm here to commend the Sacramento County for playing a lead role in transforming our tourism economy and to continue to invest in our future as a world-class destination. Music festivals, but specifically Aftershock, have created a new stream of tourism in Sacramento, and with the impact cannot be overstated. You heard David Huber talk about occupancy. In general, the occupancy over that particular four-day period and the times leading up to that will increase by 30 basis points, which is significant throughout the entire region. These attendees are coming for multiple days, staying in our hotels, but also make an impact to the city and the county. This resolution will help to ensure that Aftershock continues in Sacramento, benefiting everyone who resides here, regardless whether you're a Hard Rock fan or not. Thank you for considering this important resolution.
Thank you.
And we have no additional speakers for consent items.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I would move consent, again reminding the recusal on item 14.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Consent calendar passes. All members present voting 5-0 with the exception of number 14 with the recusal by Vice Chair Hume.
All right, next item, please.
All right. The next item on our agenda is number 68, adoption of a resolution implementing Senate Bill 707, service disruption procedures for public meetings. Hello, supervisors.
Good morning.
First-time caller, long-time listener. Thank you. I'm here to talk about SB 707 and the adoption of a disruption policy. SB 707, the Senate bill, was adopted in 2023. The purpose was to modernize the Brown Act and to reflect recent technological changes that can promote greater public access to local officials. As part of that, there were many miscellaneous changes. They also clarified the expansion of teleconferencing rules, and most importantly, public access updates for eligible legislative bodies. The County Board of Supervisors is such an eligible legislative body. It's defined as a county board of supervisors with at least 30,000 people in population, which we far exceed. As part of the public access expansion, in July, we will be offering the public the ability to participate through either a two-way audiovisual platform or a two-way telephonic service. It's now a mandate by state law, but part of that is making sure that we know how to handle any disruption to that public participation via one of those two-way services. So SB 707 requires that all eligible legislative bodies adopt a policy that describes to the public what procedures we will follow in case of a disruption to either of those services. So what we are asking for is the Board of Supervisors to adopt the resolution which has those procedures set forth. Basically, there were two draft versions, one by the California Municipal Clerks Association, one by the California Board of of the Board of Supervisors Association. They both adopted or distributed draft language, model language that could be used. Most cities and counties, they adopted versions of those. None of them are identical. And what we have done is we have adopted one that takes a little bit of language from the city draft language and from the county draft language. All of them must have the following three items in their policies and procedures. A 1-hour minimum recess period. So when the telephonic system goes down, we have to pause the meeting for 1 hour. That is in our policy. We have to put forth a good faith effort to remedy the problem and bring back the remote access. And in our policy, it lists that we will use all of our resources to either use backup systems or whatever tools we have available, contacting our vendors to make sure we're trying our best to get the two-way access back up and running. And thirdly, if we are going to resume a meeting for the Board of Supervisors after we've had a disruption and we were unsuccessful at restoring, we can do so. But the law now requires that we have two findings made by the Board of Supervisors. One, that there were good faith efforts made according to our policy, and that the public interest in continuing the meeting without that remote access is also one of the findings we need to make. So those two findings, we can resume the meeting. Otherwise, the meeting would have to end, and we can adjourn it to the next day. Whatever the government code allows us to do, we can adjourn and recall the meeting within 5 days, as long as we post it on our website and on the doors of the chamber. So the policy is attached in the resolution, and it does lay out whose job it is to monitor for alerts. It would be the clerk of the board's team, as well as our external and internal partners, being Metro 14, being DTEC, who already monitors for such disruptions to our network. So we expect a smooth ride with this policy. It lays everything out, and I think it's very clear. And happy to answer any questions.
I have a couple of questions. And we had a conversation last week about this, but when people are on Zoom, it's going to be Zoom, right?
Yeah,
Zoom is the format?
we're going to use Zoom in one form or another,
Right.
correct.
And when you have requests to speak, how is that going to be managed?
Well, we do already do Zoom for many of our CPACs. Participants raise their hand. And we do need to implement this by in July.
Right.
So our first meeting will be the 14th, and we're still going to be calling up other counties and cities and seeing what they're doing. At the moment, it would be we make the call for participants to raise their hand, and we can, under our rules, make a cutoff. So we'd like all participants to raise their hands. Please do so now. We give them a few moments, and then we say, okay, no more hands are raised. Our last speaker will be, then we list that person. Any hands that come afterwards, those are things that are allowed in our rules currently, and we can do it that way. Obviously, when we have people in, they have to give us a slip, and we've got them up on the screen. This is a little bit different. People could keep hitting that button. But that is one such way we could do it. But we are reaching out to other counties and cities and seeing if they have any novel ideas of how to do that.
Yeah, no, I support the ability for people to be able to provide public comments online. So you mentioned that in the event we have a disruption, we have to give an hour
Correct, minimum.
We have to give an hour for to be able to resume the meeting, or there are a couple of reasons that can be utilized for us to continue the meeting. But you said the next day or 5 days. So in the event that we decide to move to the next day, is that possible, or do we need to post it and then wait 5 days?
Right. So the government code does allow us to do that. So do our rules of procedure. We would adjourn the meeting, and we have to adjourn it within a time frame within 5 days from the meeting that we are adjourning.
Right.
So as long as we do that, we're fine. We would post a paper copy to the doors of the building. We would also publish it online to inform the public, but that is definitely allowed under our rules.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, Supervisor Hume?
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just curious, and I read through the language in the legislation itself, and I didn't see any reference to this. Our policy is addressing the disruption in technology.
Correct.
And what we have to do to abide by open meetings in order to make sure that the access is provided.
Correct.
I'm curious that obviously, as we've seen in the past, with remote participation, there is no geographical limitation as to far as the people who may be dialing in, so to speak. Go ahead.
No, correct. Your assumptions are correct there.
And so I'm just curious, we obviously have an adopted policy from this board of what happens when the chambers become unruly. What governs when the online participation becomes unruly, or how would we address that in real time?
Part of SB 707 made it clear that the same rules we use for in-person disruptions, we may apply to online disruptions. But the way I see this going down, if someone online is being unruly, we can very simply remove their permission to speak through the platform that we plan on using.
Okay, so we are able to mute participants teleconferencing in?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Serna?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there are no public speakers on this item, I'm ready to move it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
The next item on our agenda is number 69. That is the approval of the Behavioral Health Services Act Fiscal Year 2026-29 Integrated Plan for Behavioral Health Services and Outcomes.
Good morning, Board. Ryan Quist, Behavioral Health Director. Here to come before you today to bring forward our very first integrated plan under the Behavioral Health Services Act, BHSA, which goes into effect July 1st, 2026. So this is a new thing. The integrated plan is intended to represent all of our funding sources. Historically, under the Mental Health Services Act, which we've been working under for about 2 decades, really focused on reporting to public and yourselves regarding the use of our Mental Health Services Act funds only. So the BHSA integrated plan expands to include all behavioral health funding sources as set up by Proposition 1, the voter initiative, which was passed. It changes a lot of our reporting requirements, especially around the fiscal side of things, but also some of the outcomes that we'll get into in a little bit. But one of the other important aspects of the integrated plan and BHSA in general is that it really intends to have our county services focus on those with the very most serious mental health challenges. It does add in components as it relates to substance use, meaning we are no longer excluded from using our BHSA funds on substance use services, and it also expands our requirements as it relates to housing supports. Also, it continues to include an emphasis on investing in workforce growth. So as required by the BHSA Proposition 1, we did an extensive community planning process where we went to the community and asked for their feedback. We did this in 2 phases. In the first phase, we basically came to the community and asked for their feedback regarding what their recommendations would be for well, it was in terms of, we talked about glows and grows. So what things do you like about what we're already doing that we want to make sure that we continue to do? And then what grows do we have? Where can we continue to make some improvements with how we're delivering services within the community? And we did this through a whole bunch of different avenues or different strategies, through community forums, focus groups. We agendized at various work group and committee meetings. We did it through social media, surveys, and we accepted a whole bunch of email submissions as well. Once we'd had all that feedback, we analyzed it and summarized it and came back to the community in phase 2. At that time, we did present what our plans were. Under BHSA, we are required to transition some of our funding from services over to our housing bucket. So we did present to community at that time areas where we were proposing to make those changes. This slide represents that we, as required by the regulations, included a whole bunch of different perspectives and stakeholders in our feedback sessions. It was really extensive, including new groups that we hadn't previously prioritized in our stakeholder processes, such as our managed care plans, our healthcare partners, and other stakeholders within our communities. All right, so under BHSA, one of the major changes that's happening is that the state is shifting responsibility for prevention funding from the county to the state. So historically, we had our prevention early intervention funding that we were able to do prevention programs within Sacramento County, and now the state is moving our prevention dollars, took money off the top of all the allocations going out to the counties, and kept those funds at the state to be administered by the State Department of Public Health to provide population-level prevention activities. Another major change is that they really wanted to focus on Medi-Cal and wanting us to maximize how much Medi-Cal we were drawing down in terms of bringing that federal funds into our local communities. This is something we already had a large emphasis on in Sacramento County, and so as a part of our planning process, one of our major goals was to maintain as much really all of our Medi-Cal program in order to prioritize those entitled services for those Medi-Cal beneficiaries. whoops. Again, it does require us to report on all of our different funding sources. And so this gives you a little bit of an idea around all of the different funding sources that comes into behavioral health. Everything from SAMHSA funding to our substance use prevention, treatment, and recovery services block grant, opioid settlement funds, and so forth.
Ryan, one moment.
I'm sorry.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan, so with the Behavioral Health Services Act and the reductions in prevention and early intervention dollars from the local level to the state level and now at Department of Public Health, how is it that the state proposes to or plans on aligning with services that we're providing on the local level? Or is it just going to be another siloed?
Counties have been working very hard at advocating with CDPH regarding how they're going to administer those prevention dollars. And so we've been giving them feedback along the lines of what you just said. It's still to be seen how the State Department of Public Health is going to implement those prevention resources. We were originally hoping that it would align with the implementation of BHSA so that it might happen at the same time, July 1st, 2026, that we were sunsetting our prevention activities, that the state did not make it to that goal. And so it was our goal. I don't know if it was their goal or not, but they did not make it to that benchmark. So we're still waiting to see what the state might release to the public.
Not on our part, but from the state, we still don't have a plan as far as alignment or...
Yeah, we haven't seen the final in terms of how they're going to be administering those funds.
Okay, thank you.
In addition to reporting on all our different funding sources, the state also adopted some statewide population level behavioral health measures. And this is the list of measures. They would like to focus as a state on access to care, homelessness, institutionalization, justice involvement, removal of children from home, and untreated behavioral health conditions. So we did have to address that in our integrated plan. By the way, I meant to mention, up on the right-hand corner, there's a little flag that tells you that says IP page 23. Basically, that's telling you if you want to find more information on this particular set of information, you can go to our integrated plan on page 23 and read more about this information. That's the same for all the other slides.
One moment. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Before you leave the slide, Ryan, the item 4 here, justice involvement. So I assume the switch from Mental Health Services Act to the Behavioral Health Services Act then applies as much to those that are in our custodial care, in our jail, and even in our youth detention facility, that those individuals then are just as much subject to the assistance that might come from implementation of the act as anyone that's not incarcerated?
Thanks for that question. The BHSA funds are not supposed to be used within the institutional settings, but should be used when people are leaving. And so we want to make sure that when people come out that we're linking them with services and supporting them in the community.
So let me give you a for instance, or cite an example, at least in my mind. Someone is sentenced to time in our jail system. They enter opioid dependent. They receive assistance while in our jail, be it Vivitrol or some other means of addressing their opioid addiction. When they leave, would the act then give us some resources to help them continue with MAT into the future, so medically aided or assisted treatment into the future as someone that's not incarcerated any longer?
Yeah, and again, going back to the focus on all funding sources, so even though BHSA's already committed in a number of different areas. We certainly do have resources, other resources that are funding our medication-assisted treatment. MAT, the MAT for Sacramento County, we actually have some of the highest per capita MAT in the whole state of California. So we absolutely continue to emphasize that as a vital resource. We also did, in terms of the those who are in the facilities, we do have opioid settlement funds, which are supporting initiation of MAT within the jails.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the major shifts from MHSA to BHSA funding-wise, first of all, want to emphasize that there's no new money. So there was no new money allocated for this purpose. So we're taking our existing dollars and we're taking them and putting them into new buckets, three areas. 35% goes to full service partnership programs, 35% goes to behavioral health services and supports, and then the new category is that 30% will go to housing interventions. And I'll talk a little bit more about those buckets in just a minute. In order to shift the dollars from our existing service delivery, our prevention programs, towards our housing interventions, it was a really difficult process. These are programs that we are very proud of developing here in Sacramento County. We're very proud of the impacts that they were having on those that they were serving. So it was not an easy process for us to contemplate sunsetting some of these programs. But looking at it, we needed to come up with about $16.5 million. We were originally aiming for $18 million, but we ultimately landed on $16.5 million worth of programs that we were going to sunset. And so this slide summarizes those. And again, remember, prevention is no longer a county responsibility, it's now a state responsibility. So prevention was one of the first areas we had to look at. And so consequently, we proposed sunsetting our school-based prevention. There's the list of the different programs in that area. Our general prevention. We also looked at operational efficiencies, where we would be able to take advantage of other resources within the community rather than continuing to invest in our own versions of those resources. In particular, we looked at our crisis lines and warm lines. On this one, I'm going to pause for a second. One of the areas where we were looking at sunsetting our investments were within our suicide prevention line, with the basic rationale that there is now a 988 state tax that is a phone tax that is now intended to be funding 988. This 988 is fundamentally designed and required within law as a part of both federal regulations and state regulations to be funded at the state level. And so we were under the understanding that the state would be continuing to fund 988.
One moment, Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Actually, you're on a roll, so I'll go when you're done with this.
Okay. And so we were anticipating the state was going to continue to support that. What we learned as a part of the governor's budget process was that they were intending to cut funding at the state level for 988. We didn't know that at the time we were proposing our proposals for sunsetting programs. So we had planned on sunsetting our investments in the suicide prevention hotline. Based on the governor's information and the ongoing conversations that we're having at the state level, we continue to advocate. The Assembly proposal for the budget proposes to increase from the cuts that the governor had proposed. The Senate proposes to increase funding to 988 from what the governor had cut. So we're still waiting to see what that is going to look like. In that context, we're today going to let you know that we're planning on executing a contract with WellSpace this summer in order to continue to maintain that until the state figures out what the funding is going to look like at the state level. So that's a little bit of a change from what we were originally proposing.
Okay.
Did you want to?
Thank you, Ryan. That answered quite a few of my questions, but I'll go back to the beginning column here of the school-based prevention programs. Specifically, we have the program that we've been working with SCOE over the last several years in partnership with Dave Gordon and his folks to actually place clinicians on campuses. I think it's up to 60 now. From just a few years ago, it was at 0. I have visited these programs, extremely successful. So is this going to directly impact those efforts in our partnership with SCOE for that particular program?
No, it will not. That particular program is actually administered by my sister division, primary care, and so and that's through our county-operated FQHC, Federally Qualified Health Center, and so that work is going to continue and maintain.
Great, thank you very much.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Since I saw Supervisor Kennedy key in on this slide, I wanted to just take this moment to pause as well, because there's been a lot of communication recently, particularly with respect to 988 and the crisis lines. And I think that, as I mentioned during the consent item, you have this moment in time, this inflection point, where there might be a receptiveness, there might be an opportunity to lean in, it might be a life or death situation. And we can talk about all of these things in the abstract and the, whether it's a good idea or not to centralize up to the state some of these areas wherein, if you look at the one side of the slide with the prevention, that's the getting upstream that we talk about, right? Mm-hmm. And then you look at the other side with the respite, and those are the communities that are most intimately aware of the folks they may be helping, and the folks they may be helping are aware of them. And so I just see this as I'll wait to see the proof is in the pudding, obviously, but I see this as the state clawing back the quote-unquote power of the resources, and they have less familiarity with the population they're serving. But when it comes specifically to the crisis lines, I just want to extend my appreciation to you for figuring out ways to solve that problem, to DCE Qatari for kind of interfacing with WellSpace and others, and just really figuring this one out of how to keep the program funded until the dust settles on what these, rearranging of the deck chairs means, because again, I just see that as a critical thing. And then the other piece of that is, how do we interface with the CWRT and with some of the other, things that we have stood up as anyway, I think I've said my point, but I just want to thank you for kind of staying with this and working through it until we got to something that I can support. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ms. Qatari.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add on to some comments, which is we just want to thank the Behavioral Health Commission, thank WellSpace. We've had some really good conversations and feedback from them over the last few weeks. One of the things that they lifted up that I wanted to mention is that we really do need to look at this system of care, crisis response system. We need to look at it from a 10,000-foot level again. We built this. I know Supervisor Kennedy and others really wanted to see this launch several years ago. We built it component by component, and at the time we started building it, 988 wasn't a thing, and now it is. It's very much embedded in the crisis system of care. So we do intend to pull together our stakeholders, our commission, our partners, to really talk about what this crisis system looks like going forward, and we will likely be doing some sort of an RFP based on what the state legislation sort of informs over this next month or two that would help us kind of restructure or consolidate some of this defined efficiencies and to ensure that we're meeting the community needs. I just wanted to mention that as well. Thank you.
All right. All right. So moving through the rest of it, one of the other things that we in our first few times of presenting this information recognized that in the new set of requirements that the state put out, we didn't emphasize enough is that we continue to have, that we in Sacramento County continue just along the same lines as Supervisor Hume pointed out, is that we recognize that here in Sacramento County we have an extremely diverse population with many diverse cultures and backgrounds. We need to continue to emphasize however we can within our resources that we're going to continue to support the needs of our culturally diverse communities. And so one of the ways that BHSA is going to allow us to do that is through community-defined evidence-based practices. So we're going to continue to emphasize the implementation and delivery of community-defined evidence-based practices throughout our system. And as opposed to, rather than having it as standalone programs, we're going to be working towards embedding this throughout our entire system. So just to go back a little bit on the BHSA buckets, housing interventions, here's a definition of what's allowable under that housing intervention bucket. It includes rental subsidies, operating subsidies, shared housing, family housing, so forth. So we're able to invest our housing interventions in those actual housing environments. We are not allowed to use our housing intervention dollars for anything service related, treatment service related. If it's tenancy services, that would be okay, but not for treatment services. So that means our treatment services have to go into the other two buckets. One bucket is for full service partnership programs. This is our most intensive level of care, providing the full wraparound or whatever it takes sort of approach towards delivering services. And then finally, the last bucket, the last 35% is for everything else. And this one's called behavioral health services and supports. And this includes our outpatient services, our early intervention. If we use BHSA funds, we can also invest in things like workforce education and training and technological needs. So in terms of where our different programming falls into these different buckets, the next few slides show you which programs fall into these different buckets. So first, under behavioral health services and supports, we have our non-FSP programs within this outpatient programs within the children's system of care, including our FIT and TBS services. And then we also, for our adult programming, have our core programs as well as these other outpatient programs. And I'm not going to read through them all, but you can see that these are the programs that end up in the BHSS bucket. 50% of the BHSS bucket has to go towards early intervention programs, and so this slide summarizes which programs go into that. One of the areas that is required of all counties is that we invest in first episode psychosis, which Sacramento County was already doing with an amazing partnership with UC Davis for our SAC EDAPT program, our Sacramento Early Diagnosis and Prevention Treatment Program. And then also we're integrating our early intervention dollars into these other programs that are listed on the slide. And of course, our full service partnership programs are going to include both our adult programming as well as for youth, our high fidelity wraparound programs. Also in this bucket, we will continue to implement and invest in our individual placement and support programs, which is basically supportive employment. So that's another important. We are required as a part of BHSA to also work towards assertive field-based substance use disorder services, which we continue to do as we had already begun that work, and we continue to do that going forward into the BHSA era. Under housing interventions, again, these are the key interventions that we reported that we were planning on investing in: rental subsidies, operating subsidies, landlord outreach and mitigation, participant assistant funds, navigation and tenancy services. We also have some great partnerships. One of the areas where we're investing some of our BHSA dollars is in collaboration with the Department of Homeless Services and Housing, working on implementing a flexible housing pool with the operator Brilliant Corners, which would be for administering rental subsidies and landlord mitigation services, with the goal of expanding our housing options. We also have amazing partnerships with Sacramento Steps Forward, SHRA, and our managed care plans in continuing to work towards the various options that are now available for supporting people towards obtaining and maintaining their housing. We had to set some goals for ourselves, and so we set our goals. These are our goals for our housing development, including rental subsidies, operating subsidies, landlord outreach and mitigation, as well as participant assistance. We identified some special populations, including youth and juvenile justice and child welfare systems, our LGBTQ+ youth, older adults, justice-involved adults, and other underserved communities. There's also a requirement for workforce development to specifically address workforce gaps, and so we continue to work towards those. A majority of our workforce dollars did get shaved off the top, just like our prevention dollars, and went to the state, but that doesn't mean that we're going to stop our workforce initiatives, so we're going to continue to work towards developing an adequate workforce for Sacramento County. And then the last note, I wanted to just emphasize that this is the integrated plan part. This is the front end as we go into July 1st, 2026. We now have this plan that we need to approve and send to the state. I will note that a draft version of this plan already went to the State Department of Health Care Services. It was required for us to submit that by March, so it was submitted, and I think maybe last week or so, DHCS did approve that draft document. So we're okay for going forward from the state perspective, and now, so this is the front end. We're putting together a plan. Now on the back end, there's a new requirement to develop and submit what's called a behavioral health outcomes accountability and transparency report. So really want to emphasize that this is a report that we actually have to develop that's going to report on all of our funding sources. So historically, we've reported to the state on our MHSA budget and expenditures. Now we also have to report to the state on our expenditures across all of our different funding sources. It will include outcomes and metrics. It will include population level data. It will require us to show both our budgeted, how did it actually turn out? We had our budget, how did we actually expend those funds? So we have to report on our actual spending. And then implementation status on the various commitments that we put into the integrated plan. So this is going to be a new requirement, and it's going to be much more transparent to the state and to other community stakeholders, specifically how we're using our behavioral health dollars. I'll give you a little bit of an idea. So we're starting here, as I've said a few times, July 1st, 2026. The first report, the acronym people pronounce as BODER, and I don't particularly like that, so I sort of avoid it. But this BODER report is going to be first due January 30th, 2028, and then we'll be reporting annually thereafter. And that's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
A couple of questions. First, I'll just say, if it helps, think of BODER as we're keeping people afloat.
There you go.
Okay. On that last slide there, is that a reciprocal requirement? Can we demand that the state identify their sources of funding and their actual spending?
Right.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? In all seriousness, though, I do look forward to, in the near future, having something that identifies on those BHSS programs the funding sources and the leveraged dollars that we are putting into the pot here locally. As the state keeps stripping away, we keep backfilling. Mm-hmm. But I have a question, because I know that there are generally accepted terms that have significance within industries, and when I don't understand them, I want to make sure I know what they're talking about. So can you give me an example of an assertive field-based SUD treatment program?
Absolutely. The idea is we're not waiting for them to come to us. We're not waiting for community members to come to us. So one of our partnerships is with Metro Fire, where we're working with the MIH. Sorry, trying to remember what that is. Mobile Integrated Health, and they're going out and initiating MAT, and so that's an example where we're providing MAT out in the community.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Ryan, for the presentation. And as part of this is kind of the continuum. I don't know what the right term would be, but I guess an intervention, whether it's an intervention by CWRT or fire department for MAT, or it ramps up to other interventions like assisted outpatient treatment or care corridor, or even a Prop 36 type intervention. I think Siobhan's mentioned to me that you're going to be coming back to the board, I think, in August to talk about those interventions specifically and how we are doing relative to other counties and what we can be doing to maximize our success with some of those other interventions as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Supervisor Serna.
Thank you, and thank you, Ryan, for the detailed presentation. One thing I'm still a little unclear on is, and it's somewhat, I think, apropos given the season, is what does it all mean in terms of threats changes to net county cost? How would you kind of summarize what it means to us fiscally in terms of our general fund?
Yeah. Oh, general fund?
Yeah.
In terms of general fund, there's no impact because
no change.
Behavioral health has a very minimal amount of general fund. We have our maintenance of effort that's required. I think it's somewhere in the ballpark of $1.2 million. And so the rest of it really is funded through the various behavioral health funding streams.
Okay, very good. And then you mentioned in response to Supervisor Hume's question about field substance use disorder engagement or intervention. Generally, you said, well, the fire department can administer medically assisted treatment. One of the things that I advocated forcefully and quite frankly don't have a clear understanding on where we're at, and hopefully we can get an update before I leave office, that would be nice, is where we are with some of the federal ARPA funding from District 1 that has gone to One Community Health for street medicine, and I assume that would also be a party in addition to our local fire departments for assisting folks that need assistance when it comes to substance use disorder that are living out on our streets under our bridges and in our doorways. So I don't know if you're prepared to maybe give me or us a glimpse of how this might work alongside that investment with kind of a sister agency to the county. But I would either offline or in response today like to understand if that opportunity still exists under this new model.
Great. Sure.
Yeah, so we are partnering with One Community Health. I'll ask Director Lutz if he has anything he wants to add or if he wants to provide something in writing.
Good morning, Board. And yes, Supervisor Serna, there are a couple things going on. So in addition to what Ryan mentioned with our MIH partnership, we're actually in process of rolling out through EMS across our entire system the ability to administer buprenorphine in the field for someone who has an overdose. This has we were one of the early pilots. Now it's a statewide practice. We are rolling that out and happy to provide an update. For street medicine and One Community Health, I would be happy to put together kind of a summary of the work that is happening with One Community. We also have our own street medicine teams that work in tandem with the other system. So I'd be happy to come back with an update.
Yeah, I know it's peripheral to this action that's being requested of us today, but I would like to have, through the chair, agendized a report back. It doesn't have to be extensive, could be very brief, because that money has to be spent this year, right?
The money is spent, yes.
Okay, it's spent.
Yeah.
I just don't know what it's spent on yet. I haven't seen, and I'd be even willing to and happy to go take a tour, go to one community house, see what is being literally deployed there. The street medicine model that I reiterated time and time again, that I'd like to see happen, especially as it relates to our downtown core, midtown area. I would like to see some structured acknowledgement or feedback about that interest, and understand how it's working or is going to work again before I leave this dais at the end of the calendar year.
And Supervisor will work on bringing that forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any, no more comments up here. Do we have any requests to speak?
We do. We have
You're
several requests to speak on this item. First up, we have Patricia Wenzel.
Good morning, Patricia.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Patricia Wenzel. I'm a mental health advocate, consumer, and family member, and I live in District 2. One of the main purposes of the BHSA integrated plan is that it is supposed to ensure transparency. People in the community need to see how BHS is spending its BHS money in the context of all the sources of money flowing into the behavioral health services, including the $1.2 million in county general funds. On this measure, the Sacramento County Integrated Plan leaves a lot to be desired. The budget figures are often wrong. For example, there's a $74 million discrepancy between the total BHS budget as reported in the integrated plan and the total BHS budget as reported in the county's budget to be approved tomorrow. The integrated plan was also supposed to help ensure that the identified needs of the community were met and that justification for programs were offered. Many of the measures of our success in meeting the needs of the Sacramento community were below or above statewide averages. For example, suicides was above the statewide average, as was non-fatal self-harm visits to the emergency room. Yet the additional goal chosen by behavioral health for the next 3 years was engagement in work, which will require that the department add 383 full-time equivalent positions in the next 2 years. This seems an unlikely goal to reach. BHS identified in the integrated plan that there was an urgent need for intensive outpatient services for teens. They labeled this as a critical gap, but did not identify this as a critical gap for our adults. I am happy to hear that there will be a temporary contract to support the interoperability of 988 with all our emergency services, including the Community Wellness Response Team. Behavioral Health Services has a funding gap that helps explain their failure to address these important issues. I urge the county to redirect funds from the semi-discretionary funds going to the Sheriff's Department to fund these vital community programs.
I need you to wrap it up, Patricia.
Yeah, it is not a heavily policed community that is safe. It is one that is well-resourced.
Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Emma Pearson Wenzel.
Good morning, Emma.
Good morning, guys. So my name is Emma Pearson Wenzel, and I'm a member of the public residing in District 1. I'm here to bring the supervisor's attention to some of the issues in the integrated plan. So the BHSA requires that counties actively and meaningfully engage in partnership with its Behavioral Health Commission and the community to draft the integrated plan. Instead of being consulted about the draft, the Behavioral Health Commission was informed at its November 2025 general meeting by BHS how it's planned to implement the transition to the Behavioral Health Services Act. Among the transitions presented was the plan to disrupt our crisis continuum by ending the annual contract to fund the interoperability between 988 and all our emergency services, including CWRT. The Behavioral Health Commission sent the Board of Supervisors letters recommending funding of the Crisis Respite Center. I believe the integrated plan should include this program and the renewal of the contract take place immediately. Finally, the BHSA Integrated Act as it is now is not accurate. The budget tables in the plan contain many inaccuracies when compared to the same budget items in the 2026-27 county budget and verbal statements made by Dr. Quist. The budget tables are unreliable sources of information for the community, which is a huge problem. No meaningful changes have been made since the plan was first presented in March, despite public comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber.
And our next speaker is Christopher Carbajal.
Good morning, Christopher.
Good morning. It's almost afternoon. My name is Christopher Camilo Carbajal. I am Decarcerate Sacramento's Program and Campaign Coordinator, and I'm also an appointed member of the Sac County Public Safety and Justice Agency Advisory Committee. And I want to speak about the priorities reflected in this item. Tomorrow, the board will discuss a sheriff's budget that receives just 1% reduction from discretionary funds, but when back in January, he had asked each department to cut their budget by 3%. Meanwhile, behavioral health services is facing cuts of more than $16 million. These choices have real consequences. Sacramento County's crisis response system depends on someone to call, someone to respond, and somewhere safe to go. Demand for these services is growing. Calls to 998 increased by more than 50% last year. At the same time, uncertainty around Medi-Cal funding and state implementation threatens the long sustainability of the Community Wellness Response Team, CWRT, and other critical crisis programs. CWRT is the only civilian crisis response program serving approximately 600,000 residents in unincorporated areas of Sacramento County. Since the Sheriff's Office no longer responds to many mental health crisis calls, weakening or losing this program will leave hundreds of thousands of residents with nowhere to turn during a behavioral health emergency. Budgets are moral documents the real priorities. A county willing to cut behavioral health services by more than $16 million while asking the Sheriff's Department to absorb only a 1% reduction is making a clear statement about its priorities and what it is willing to protect. If we truly care about public safety, we should be investing in the things that help people survive and heal, especially in times of crises. I urge you to reject these cuts and prioritize behavioral health services and community-based crisis responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher.
And there are no other speakers.
All right, I'll bring it back. Supervisor Hugh.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the answer offline, but if somebody can research what this discrepancy in the budget reportings are between the IP and the budget document, thank you.
All right, I will, there are no more questions, comments. I will entertain a motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
That item passes 5-0.
All right, next item, please.
Next item on the agenda is number 70, the 2026 Homeless Point-in-Time Count results.
Good afternoon. Emily Halkin, Director of the Department of Homeless Services and Housing. Just briefly going to introduce this item, then turn it over to Trent Simmons, who's with us. As you know, the county participates in a biennial, soon to be annual, point-in-time count of unsheltered homeless individuals living in the county. The county supports this effort in multitudes of ways. Our law enforcement provide information at the front end to identify known locations. Many of us, many of you, volunteer in the point-in-time count on the night of, and of course, we support the continuum of care as they analyze the data and report it out. The PIT, as we all know, is one of many ways that we measure our efficacy in addressing homelessness. We've had a little bit of conversation today and more to come, I'm sure. But importantly, it is our most consistent tracking over time, and it does connect to some of the state funding that we as a county receive. I know the board requested a more in-depth presentation specifically as it relates to the numbers in the unincorporated county. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Trent Simmons, who, as you all know, is the new interim director of Sacramento Steps Forward, our lead agency for the continuum of care.
Thank you, Emily. Good morning, Trent.
Hey, everyone. As somebody mentioned, my name is Dr. Trent Simmons with Sacramento Steps Forward, and I'm the interim CEO. So I wanted to provide a bit of context here for the PIT count because some of this has already been shared in the past, but I feel like it's worth repeating as often as I can. And the first is that it's really not a complete census. It never has been. HUD doesn't recognize it as such. It is an estimate, and it is a point-in-time estimate. If the count were conducted in February, March, June, September, the number would likely be a little bit different. But it is our consistent standard, and one that HUD requires for us in order to receive federal funding, and also, as Emily mentioned, state funding as well. It is implemented by continuums of care across the nation. It contributes to the report on Congress, the AHAR, or the Annual Homeless Assessment Report, and it's intended to inform policy to the extent that the data is accurate and useful, and it can capture some of the jurisdictional impacts, which is really the impetus for this conversation today. And also, like Emily mentioned, the point-in-time count has historically only been required to be taken once every other year. But moving forward, like many other communities have already done, we're going to be trying to do this count annually. So a quick peek into some of what we did around the count here. Like I said before, it's managed by the continuum of care here for the local Sacramento County and also Sacramento Steps Forward. Every single year that we've done this, we've gotten better. We've deployed more teams, covered more area across Sacramento County. This year, we deployed over 203 teams, totaling about 779 trained volunteers. That has increased almost by 200 volunteers, cycle on cycle, since 2022.
Quick question. Can you elaborate on the trained volunteers? What training happens before the night of?
So what trending happens before the night of?
Training, sorry.
Oh, the training.
Training,
yes.
yeah.
So there's a number of workshops that we have that are remote in order to train people up on how to approach people on the streets, the questions. It has a human-centered kind of flair to it, or kind of an emphasis on it, because the count is kind of an interesting space. You're approaching somebody, usually in the middle of the night, who is not expecting you. And you're asking some questions that in a lot of ways are some of the most vulnerable or invasive questions that they could answer. And so that, making sure that everybody who goes out is trained to do that and do so in a way that brings back data that we can use to be useful is important.
So is it fair to say that all volunteers are trained before they go out on the night of?
In some way, shape, or form, yes. Any volunteers who are not part of some of the mandatory trainings leading up to the count, we do have just-in-time training opportunities on site for people who haven't had that experience.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So this year, just like in order to collect additional volunteers and we've gone out to more areas, we've also collected more surveys. More volunteers means more people that we talk to and get detailed data. This year we hit a new milestone for Sacramento where we conducted over 1,200 surveys. Where back in 2022, there's about 400 to 500 surveys that were collected. The next slide really gets into more detail than I think that's been shared so far, and this is a really good snapshot of the methodology. You see two colors here, orange and blue, and this kind of shows the two different ways that we approach the count. We spend months leading up to the count working with law enforcement, working with street providers, working with HMS data itself to identify those areas that are high density. And we survey and canvass all 130 of those census tracts that were pre-designated as high density. The remainder of Sacramento County is entirely based on a random sampling that helps us achieve a 95% confidence interval with a roughly 10% margin of error. All of the blue tracks that you see there are those tracks that were randomly sampled for deployment this year, and any of the tracks that are blank did not have anybody deployed to go see them. In order for us to get a full picture of the count, we take the information that we collect from the blue tracks and we extrapolate it out to the rest. So overall, we surveyed 130 high-density tracks and about 70 low-density tracks.
So quick question on the blank tracks. Is it fair to say that there are individuals who are homeless in those tracks that would change the number of the pig count?
For sure.
Okay.
So the goal here is that the way in which we randomly sample is meant to give us a pretty strong estimate, but again, without actually going into all of those areas, we can't say for sure exactly how off that estimate is. The only way to really fix that is to have even more volunteers than we've had in the past and get a lot closer to a full census. So this next one, I think, is a really good starter for the conversation because it was part of the surveys, the 1,200 or so surveys that we collected. we asked everybody, why are you homeless? Like, what led to you becoming homeless in the first place? And you see kind of a trend with the top 4 to 5. I mean, I had been discussing in other formats that, the top 4 to 5 are job loss or lack of income, conflict with family or household members, other, eviction, substance abuse, and cost of living. But one of the things that I notice as you look at this data a bit more, if you combine job loss, eviction, and cost of living together, you find that roughly 52% of the responses have something to do with housing or economic drivers. And so, yes, substance abuse is here. Yes, mental health challenges is here. But economic opportunities and housing conditions is the driver, as folks are sharing here.
Trent, I have a quick question. So when I saw this slide and I see job loss or lack of income, so what you're saying is these individuals are living in the streets or their cars, but yet they have the ability to work.
Yes.
And how do we connect those individuals to a job? Or what are we doing to make that connection?
The better our continuum functions, the more likely we are able to do that. Part of the issue that I have seen in the past is that people are trying to navigate a wealth of resources with no clear director to which resources are suited to them. And so if somebody is job ready, has information that they need, what is the right person that they need to contact in order to get to those resources, whether it's job training, resume support, whatever that might look like. Sometimes people just don't know where to turn. And so having somebody who's case carrying their load, who's actually managing their case and helping to direct them to individualized support makes all the difference.
And is it fair to say that our contracted providers have workforce development connections?
Many of them do.
Okay, so so there is some form of access for individuals who are living in their streets or their cars to be able to connect with an organization that can help them get to a job or connect to a job.
Some of the problem here, though, too, is that it depends on who enters their door. Right? It's one thing to have those who enter your door, I'm going to provide you these supports, versus having a comprehensive look of who's homeless in Sacramento County, knowing who needs that support, and then proactively going to those people. It's a very different experience.
Well, I can definitely say that even if you are homeless and you do have connection to a job, you still have to have a place to be able to shower and change and eat. Supervisor Hume?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't want to deny or excuse that there's a housing inaffordability and a housing unavailability issue that we have to grapple with and correct. But I think you kind of cherry-picked a couple of those lines on the chart to correlate, when in reality you could correlate any number of them. That I have a mental health problem, which caused me to self-medicate and do drugs, which then created a substance abuse issue, which then made me unable to go to work, and so I lost my job, and so now I can't pay rent, and I got evicted. So I don't think we can just cherry-pick a couple of ones that we want to tie together because it meets a financial narrative when we're ignoring some of the more humanistic things that may have a cause and effect as well.
No, I agree. Okay. And I think a part of it here, if you ask me in any normal day, like what are the main reasons that kind of drive people into homelessness, I say you can look at a screen of 20 to 30 different factors. Pick 3, pick 4, pick 5, and any way you want to, and you just describe somebody's individual story.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Trent. I want to pick up a little bit on what Supervisor Hume just mentioned, because that struck me as well. I think a lot of these things that we attribute, at least in this chart, to an economic driver are more, a lot of it may involve either substance abuse or mental health. And I think by just attributing it to an economic driver, that obviously influences what approach we are taking, right, to deal with the challenge. Something that I went out there and did the point in time count this year, Supervisor Kennedy, and I also went out in 2024 and did the point in time count. These questions, I watched Emily interview a lot of folks because I was out with Emily that night. And it's a relatively quick interview of folks. Have we ever considered, or has any jurisdiction maybe as part of the point in time count, in taking these responses and then maybe identifying a group of people to really spend more time with drilling down even further, like eviction? If you're saying eviction, why did that eviction occur? Was it because of some, again, addiction or disruption because of your addiction or mental health, or maybe a criminal violation or something like that? Have any jurisdictions ever done that, taken a deeper dive in some individuals who've been willing to respond to the longer interview?
Yes and no. We haven't quite done that with the pit count. I mean, one of the ways that we've done that in the past is by adding more questions. But one of the things that we find is once you hit 40 to 50 questions, you have survey attrition kind of
You can't do
really,
it that
really
night.
fast.
You can't do it that night. I'm talking about maybe.
So the other way to do it is really through HMIS. So as we are able to build assessments, and I think this is where partnerships with local universities and colleges to really come back with a really targeted and focused research question. We have the access to people who want to provide information and are more than willing to share their story. And that's where we've been trying to move towards in the future.
Okay,
But
great.
as far as right now, we don't have anything like that in place.
Yeah, and I would think maybe consider taking a sample group, for instance, picking a number of people at random to do that more deeper dive with them, either through HMIS or maybe a separate effort. But
Yeah, it's definitely been on the discussion
But
multiple
Trent,
times.
we also have providers that are going out to the encampments that could spend time with them, and individuals who are homeless also get, for the most part, general assistance and some form of Medi-Cal. So there are opportunities to collaborate with some of these organizations to be able to get more information. But I remember you telling me that an interview could potentially be up to 20 minutes on the night of the pit count, which
or even longer in the past.
or longer, which 20 minutes is a long time, and I saw the questions that we ask, and so it does feel like it was pretty elaborate. I mean, I would be surprised and welcome to somebody giving us 20 minutes to be able to provide with some information and feedback.
Yeah.
For sure. Supervisor Kennedy.
Actually, Chair, I'd be happy to go after Ms. Katari.
Okay, Ms. Katari.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to lift up in terms of the data that you're looking for. We're really excited that we'll be launching the Social Health Information Exchange in October, and it's really our way of integrating data together, and HMIS will be integrated into this behavioral health data, justice-involved data. So we'll be able to take a broader look at who is entering our system at different points and how we can best, help and address, design our efforts around that. So we'll be excited to report back to you hopefully next year sometime, some of that.
And Siobhan, who will be leading that effort?
That's Department of Health Services.
Okay, Department of Health Services. All right, thanks.
And just a quick plug here on that. The new NOFO that's released by the federal government does have incentives for that type of collaboration. And so we'll be receiving more points if we are able to secure something like that for the future.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be just piling on what my two colleagues have already said here today as far as this chart, because it infuriates me. Not for anything that you've done, not for anything that the good volunteers that did the interviews did, but because of the way that this process works or doesn't work. The pit, I find, just north of useless. I mean, we're going out trying to identify people on a given day. We know, we've all talked about how it's not a real reflection of the issue necessarily. It's the best we got, and we have to do it. But, when I see numbers like 62.8%, these are self-identified, correct?
Correct.
Okay, huge qualifier there. 62.8% due to job loss or lack of income, eviction, or conflict with family or household members. As Supervisor Hume said, all of those things are much more likely to happen if a person has an addiction or mental health challenges. However, addiction and mental health challenges, which are only 20.8% on here, which I think is just a fallacy. When you look at the people who are less likely to self-report that they have for personal reasons, for embarrassment reasons, for denial reasons, for the fact that we're asking them to answer questions while they're likely, under the having used a substance or experiencing mental health challenges. These numbers don't mean anything in so many ways. And this is not a criticism to you, Trent. I mean, you didn't design the process, I understand. But I just want to publicly say that this is the problem I have with the pit count and why I don't think it's the most useful way to determine what the situation is out on the street today.
And just to emphasize what you said, in some ways it's what we got, and HUD is actively looking at ways to try to come up with something better. They actually released a funding opportunity a few weeks ago with that exact goal in mind. We've actually been exploring partnerships with other entities to be on that research side to say, there is better ways to do this. How can we pull from Houston, from Kansas City, and others to come up with a better solution? So HUD is even trying to fund a fix to what we know is a less than perfect process.
Quick question. When people enter emergency shelter, are they given a form of questionnaire or do we get data from them?
Your mileage varies. Yes.
Well,
And so
I'm sorry,
there's always an intake process. There's always questions that are asked. But that process looks very different from shelter to shelter.
Mm-hmm. And who would be responsible for making a standard item that when somebody enters a shelter, we pretty much get similar information at the time of entry?
For everybody to standardize across all shelters?
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking for data, if we're looking for information from individuals, more elaborate and in-depth, I imagine the emergency shelters is the place to actually, we already have them. They are there. They know they're going to be there for the night. We've given them a meal, a shower, and now we want to have a conversation about in-depth information. Isn't that the place to gather?
And it's a stated responsibility of the Continuum of Care Board to provide that level of policies. I think one of the difficulties is, what are the teeth that allow the Continuum of Board to enforce that type of structure over different providers? And I think that's where having a really tight connection between the Continuum of Care Board and the funders and others is really, really important. Yeah. And we've approached that in the past with the community standards and other things, but the more alignment we have, the better.
Supervisor Serna.
Thank you. So I certainly share a good deal of the frustration that's been expressed by Supervisor Kennedy and perhaps others or everyone about the shortcomings of the survey instrument that basically the federal government gives to counties to use. I don't know that survey instrument necessarily to be consistent. So if you look at other past point-in-time counts, it changes from every 2 years, and that's a problem, I think, inherent in the use of that tool, because you're not able to look at trend data that's apples to apples. That's just one of many shortcomings. The other, and I don't even know if you've mentioned this yet, is weather. So you're depending on volunteers. That can certainly change depending on the economy, depending on a lot of things. It's great that we've seen numbers grow in terms of the volunteers willing to go out and assist with this. But weather, I know it to be true because I've done several point-in-time counts myself, can have a dramatic effect on turnout of the volunteers and a willingness that's somewhat understandable to go out in pouring rain and wind versus conditions that are otherwise. So that's just another kind of layer of understanding what this is and what it isn't.
Right.
One of the things that I do think is an opportunity that I'm not so sure we've maximized taking advantage of yet, it really is derived from my own personal experience. Those that were here almost 4 years ago know that the last time I was sworn into office at that podium, I was sworn into office by an individual who I met who was homeless during a point-in-time count. Her name's Ashley Sultani, and she's very open about her past. But I had her swear me in because of kind of understanding what her challenge in life was. She was addicted to opioids at the time, and she was sleeping on a piece of cardboard outside a Tower Theater. And that just happened to be kind of the beat of the volunteer group that I was with, where we administered the survey. She was very willing to share with us her circumstance and what kind of had contributed to her being in that position. Very happy to report she completely turned her life around, finished her degree, gainfully employed, a doting mother today, and someone who I have tremendous respect and look to as someone that can prove that anything is possible, and you can certainly change if you're willing to invest in yourself and also if you're willing to take the help that's offered. That brings me to my point here, which is not only did we administer the survey that night, but I was in a unique position to offer help. And by that I mean, hey, listen, I'm with the county. I can put you in contact with some of our substance use disorder folks and try and get you back on your feet. And she took advantage of that. So my question, or what I'm advocating for here is there a way that when we do the point in time counts in the future, we could have something more than the chance that a county supervisor might be out with a group of volunteers to offer that assistance, and perhaps have other more professional staff out there that once the survey instrument's administered, if we can all conclude that that person kind of needs help in the moment, that we take advantage of that moment and be able to provide that assistance. I just think it's an extraordinary story that I was obviously very personally affected by. And I think, if anything, despite the shortcomings of what the point in time count is, I think there's a real opportunity, a window there where we as the frontline governing administration in terms of getting people back on their feet, whether it's public health, substance use disorder, mental health, even workforce development, we're in a position where we can kind of help in that moment. So I'd love to understand maybe some of your thoughts on that, or maybe Ms. Qatari has some thoughts on that. But again, from my personal experience, that we're leaving something on the table if we're not taking advantage of that moment.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think if there's maybe a connection point to what you were saying with Supervisor Rodriguez around the training, right? I mean, really, if you have 800 something volunteers who are going out and talking to people, having the right connections in the continuum to support that type of conversation is incredible. It really is an opportunity. We haven't done it in the past, but there's no reason why we couldn't do it in the future.
And Trent, I think that there's a lot of value in asking previous volunteers about what we did well, how can we improve, because some of the feedback I got was that there was no training before people went out to the streets. And so while we may have trained maybe most people, some people felt that they just didn't have enough training, so they're out there, asking questions but not quite sure how to maneuver. And so that's it. Shaban Qatari.
Just to follow up on Supervisor Cerna's question, I do think that's the power of our navigation services, is that the point-in-time count volunteers are only out there once a year. Our navigators are out there all the time. And to Supervisor Hume's point, kind of we want to strike while the iron's hot when somebody wants to receive services. But we will certainly work with SSF and what we can deploy during the night of the pit count. So if somebody is amenable and available to talk about services, there's more professionals there to be able to do that. That's a great idea. Thank you.
Thanks for that response, Siobhan. I don't know if it's still the case, Doctor, but I assume that there's still some minimal incentive for those that we're trying to collect the data from. There's some incentive in the form of a gift card or some
That's right.
For a local restaurant or something like that, maybe fast food. But I wonder out loud here whether or not even those that are unsheltered understand by now kind of the regularity of the point in time count every 24 months it comes around, and understanding that maybe there's something to be literally gained by at least spending a couple minutes answering a few questions. That might be a little different environment than kind of the navigation. So my point here is that I think that evening or evenings where we're doing this every other year is kind of a unique window relative to kind of standard navigation and the good work that Sacramento Steps Forward does in that regard. I would love to see by the time I leave office here maybe some further thought about how we take advantage of that exercise to not just answer some federally mandated questions for the purpose of understanding the characteristics of our homeless population so that HUD can then turn around and provide federal resources commensurate with what we understand, but to actually help the people even before we get some of those resources from the federal government. Thank you.
It doesn't have to be an either or. It can be a both and.
Right.
Right. Any other questions?
Not right now.
All right. So the next slide really gets into more of the detail behind the count, and then eventually we get into some specifics around the unincorporated county area. So this is an actual geolocation point of every person who was spoken to or found during the pit count. And you can see pretty quickly where some of those clusters are, where some of those trends are. Just because you don't see a cluster in a space, it does not mean that somebody was not there. It could just mean that it's a census tract that wasn't part of the sampling. So I just wanted to put that in there for now. But one of the things that you'll notice, which is part of some of the talking points that we had raised from the pit count, is that it is a bit more distributed than it has in the past. And you can see that really well on this next slide here, where this is an actual heat map of people that were found. On the left, you see 2024, and on the right, you see 2026. And in 2024, you see a much stronger hot spot in the middle of the city of Sacramento. But once you get to 2026, you'll notice that you see what on its face looks like less people, but since the count did go up, what that means that the folks did spread out a bit more than they had been in the past. Rather than seeing that one single red spot, you see quite a few green spots, yellow spots scattered across Sacramento County.
So I want to be careful when you say spread out. People from city of Sacramento did not spread out into the other unincorporated parts of the county. The city of Sacramento had, about 500 shelter beds created, but those that fell into homelessness in the unincorporated and other areas were new people that fell into homelessness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
And
I just
so
want
it's-
to, because when someone hears spread out, what they're going to think is that the city of Sacramento pushed everybody out, and that's not the case.
And that's not what we can speak
Yeah.
to with the count.
Okay, yeah.
Without much more real-time HMIS data, more than what we already have, all we can say is this is what it looked like in 2024,
Yeah.
this is what it looked like in 2026, but we can't speak to the reasons in some of that shift.
That's a really important footnote on these maps.
Yes, yes. Okay. And then I want to go back to this last slide and just kind of highlight that some of the spots that we found in particular, more people than expected, were in Parkway, Florin, Arden Arcade, and North Highlands, just to emphasize here. The next slide really gets into some of the pit count specific data for the unincorporated county area itself. You can see the trend of what that jurisdictional count was from 2017 to 2026. And you'll see that it's not a simple increase across the last 9 years or so, that it's increased for a while, decreased, and increased again from 561 in 2024 to 1,140 in 2026. So altogether, I want to say that estimated there's roughly 1,140 people experiencing homelessness on the streets in unincorporated county area. And we don't have shelter data on that just yet. To really get that, we need location data for all of the sites and all of the shelters across Sacramento County. And we don't have a really strong mechanism in place right now to keep that data up to date. So that's something that we're actively working on.
So Trent, I feel that we've been going down this path of the pit count and identifying shelters and individuals who are street homelessness versus shelter homelessness. Why can't we not provide that? Why can't we not have that information today?
So in order to have it, we really need information, location, site-specific information for every transitional housing program, for every single emergency shelter in HMIS, ready to pull on a moment's notice. And what we find is that providers, again, going back to my comment from before, your mileage varies on what aspects of the system they have more attention to or not. And location data relative to personal information, name, address, and some of these other fields don't get quite the same level of detail or upkeep that others do. And that's something that we're trying to change with our quality plan with
It's
HMIS.
definitely a priority.
Yeah, it needs to be more
Supervisor-
of a priority.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thanks, Trent. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a couple questions about the unincorporated estimate and just more methodology questions for you. In terms of, so again, going out there in 2024, when it was obviously a much different environment that evening, the one evening, I don't know, it was over 2 days, but I went one of the days, and it was rainy. And I actually went out with Siobhan Katari, and we went to places where we knew there had been campers out there. But because of the weather, they just happened to, we couldn't find them. But I knew they had been there. I mean, just even in my own travels throughout my district. And this year, the weather was much different. Everywhere we went, the people were where we really expected them to be. And you and I had a little bit of a conversation about this, and with your methodology and the algorithm you use and everything else, are you saying that in and of itself doesn't have an impact on the estimate of the number of unsheltered people? And
there's no way it wouldn't have an impact. Anything that impacts the visibility impacts the pit. And so as I am talking to other staff at SSF, what we're really trying to find a good way of saying what the pit actually captures. And at this point, the best way that I can describe it is that it captures visibility. So anything that impacts visibility, weather, anything else, definitely impacts the count.
Okay, that's great, because I agree with that 100%. And I was asking that question because I didn't know if maybe we, notwithstanding the fact that we didn't see people in these places in 2024, did we still somehow attribute a number of people to those encampments, even though they weren't physically there when we visited them? And I think the answer to that is really no.
No.
And then the other thing, with respect to what you just said, you also mentioned a 30% increase in the number of volunteers. So obviously, there were a lot more people this year than there have been in years in years past. Did some of that 30% increase? Did they go out to areas further afield from downtown Sacramento into the unincorporated areas than they had done in the past?
We covered slightly fewer areas last time. I think one of the things that we did differently this time with the volunteer number, since we had more, was to try to take some of the larger areas and subdivide it to different teams. So the American River District had multiple teams going towards it. You had some of the southeastern census tracts that were larger that had multiple teams going towards it. So it really helped us provide more support to some of the areas where folks were already going to. But as far as the random sampling, the estimate, the coverage, the confidence was the same between the 2 years.
Okay. And then the final question, in terms of coordinating with law enforcement, I think that was by and large around where the camps that they have been seeing were as well. Is that part of that coordination?
It is.
Did any of the coordination, Trent, include talking with the Sheriff's Department about the data that they keep? Because they keep their own database about the number of unsheltered homeless that they're experiencing out in the community. Did we do any comparison with the numbers that they're seeing and the trends that they're seeing?
We didn't do any comparison with their data.
Okay.
Leading up to the count, when we're trying to pull together everything to decide what's a hot spot, what's a high density area, what's a low density area, we're always trying to communicate with law enforcement with the street outreach teams, and the level of data that we get back kind of varies from year to year depending on who we talk to, but whatever we can do to strengthen the collaboration and get better data back.
Well, and the way they collect and they maintain their data is obviously much different, but I think there probably would be value, and I'm happy to help broker that conversation.
That'd be great.
There'd be value to, okay, what are you seeing in the unincorporated areas versus what we saw as a result of the pit count? Because when I mentioned this to the Sheriff's Hot Team Sergeant, he was very surprised that we saw this increase, because that does not jive with what they're seeing out there in the field. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Trent, can you just elaborate? In terms of locations that are identified, they're identified before we go out on the night of the pit count, correct?
That's right.
Okay, and then who do you work with to identify the locations that you're going to go visit?
So that's all based on the known location mapping data. We're pulling from location data captured in HMIS. We're pulling from location data captured by 311 and COHUO and some street outreach providers, law enforcement, and we're pulling all of that together to decide what's high density and what's low density, so that we have a plan before we go into the pit.
Thank you.
And
Mr.
then I think the
Villanueva?
key there is that anything that's low density, though, is a random sample. If it's not high and it's not non-viable, it's low density.
Okay. Mr. Villanueva?
Thank you, Supervisor Rodriguez. You had a question related to shelter and the data not being included in the shelter, and I think Trent's response was about collection of data. And I just wanted to give Emily a chance to talk about some of the data we do collect in the shelters and what is available.
Sorry, thank you. And Trent, please correct me if I misheard. So all of the county's contracts for shelters require, as a basis of contracting, a full entry into HMIS. So that's the basic data standards that you must meet for HUD reporting, but also active use of it for case management notes, for changes in status of clients. That includes all the contracts that live in my department, as well as the Department of Health Services and Child, Family, and Adult Services. I also think there were some questions about locations of folks in shelters, and while there are some sheltering programs that likely are outside of HMIS, we do, and I'm happy to share it, we have the information of all the shelters known to us in terms of physically where they are located. I do want to note that does not always align with the funder. So for example, the county funds some shelter programs that are physically within other cities in the county.
Quick question, Emily. So when someone goes out, and I was bummed that I was post-op at the last pit count, but when somebody goes out, do they have a tablet that they are entering information into HMS, or where is that information getting captured that I imagine then goes into HMIS?
Do you mean on the night of the pit?
On the night of the pit.
I think Trent could be best. It does not go into HMIS, but Trent can probably describe a little bit more about the technology used.
Yeah, it doesn't go into HMIS, so it goes into a software tool that's maintained by Simtech called the Command Center, and that's a completely separate tool, and then there's no integration between that tool and HMIS.
So here's a little bit very disturbing. So HMIS is driven off of contacts to individuals who are unhoused, and then if it's 90 days and there's been no contact, they fall off of HMIS, which then makes it appear as though the individual is no longer homeless. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So here we have a night that we go out and we talk to, we make connection to almost 7,400 people, and that information isn't in HMIS, which then the information in HMIS is now skewed. Is that, I mean, it doesn't, it's not accurate. It doesn't have correct information. People are falling out of HMIS, but yet they're technically, they're still homeless.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the circumstances. I think the difficulty between the two systems is that HMIS is a by name system. You can't really enter data into HMIS if you don't have a name. And in the pit count, we can collect some basic information and try to do some matching to HMIS, but we're not collecting the level of detail, personally identifying information and other things that you would need to do a full match with HMIS. In fact, in the past, that has been a barrier for people wanting to participate in the survey. Just you have somebody showing up to you in the middle of the night asking for your name, your date of birth, and some of these other different things, and it has been a barrier to entry for a lot of people in the past during the pit count.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So moving on to the next one, this is starting to get into some of the demographics. The jurisdictional analysis is a little limited with the pit count. As we get better location data, I think really relying on the by name list and HMIS is going to be a much richer source of information in the future. But some of the things that you notice here on the top right is that of the roughly 1,140 people who were unsheltered and homeless in an unincorporated county area, about 82 of them were veterans. And that share, that percentage, is very similar to the overall pit count itself. For age, you'll notice that there's relatively few people who are under the age of 25 or over the age of 65. You see the bulk between the age of 35 and 44, mostly single adults, mostly in their 30s and 40s. And of course, with the sex analysis, males were roughly twice as frequently found compared to females. The next slide here is really a comparison to census data from unincorporated county area. So we can take the pit count just to kind of explain how this comparison works. And let's say there's 1,000 people who were found. If 500 of them were white, then about 50% of the share of that population were white. We can then compare that to the local residential population and see if that tracks, or if, for whatever reason, that group is more or less likely to be experiencing homelessness based on what you would expect from the residential population. So as a quick way of looking at this, any case where the orange bar, which is the unsheltered proportion for that group, is higher than the blue bar, which is the residential proportion for that group, that means that that particular race or ethnicity is overrepresented in the pit count. Anytime the orange bar is lower than the blue bar, it means that they're underrepresented. So as an example here, that very top one, American Indian or Alaska Native, you can see that that population is about 2.1% of the unsheltered population in unincorporated county area. But they're about 0.3% of the residential population of unincorporated county area. That's about 6 to 7 times greater than what you'd expect. Some other examples here for Black, African American, they're about 20% of the PIT count in unincorporated county area, but about 8% of the residential population. So that's about 2 to 3 times more likely. And you can do that same analysis for the rest of the groups here. The next slide shows a similar analysis, but rather than comparing unincorporated county to the residential population, it compares it to the rest of the PIT population. And you see somewhat of a similar trend, but in general, what we find is that there's relatively fewer people of color located in unincorporated county area who are homeless relative to the rest of the population. So for an example here, you can see that the share who are American Indian or Alaska Native is about 2.1%, but for the overall unsheltered PIT count, it's about 2.7%. So in this case, the orange bar is lower than the blue. That also applies for those who are Asian, those who are Black, Middle Eastern North African, multiracial, and a few others as well. Relative to the rest of the PIT count, there's a slightly higher percentage of people who are white. Moving on to the next slide, this is entirely additional subpopulations, more demographics, compared to the overall PIT count. This is serious mental illness, substance abuse, HIV/AIDS, domestic violence, and chronic homelessness. And what you find is that the unincorporated county homeless population is in general less vulnerable than the overall PIT population. There's a smaller percentage of people with a serious mental illness, according to the PIT count, a smaller percentage of people reporting substance abuse, reporting HIV and AIDS, reporting domestic violence, and of course, reporting chronic homelessness. So that was a pretty consistent trend across all of these different groups. The very last slide that I have for you is really kind of a bookend to that first slide that I started with. What are the self-identified solutions for exiting homelessness in Sacramento County? And just to kind of do that pairing with what I shared before, affordable housing and jobs and training were within the top 3. Other is actually kind of an interesting collection of responses that if I had more time, I'd go into. But I think one of the things that I want to call out there specifically is that there's a significant portion of people who just said, I wanted to be treated like a human. Human dignity, self-respect, and being seen, being visible to people within the residential population of Sacramento was the thing that came out the most. And that's it for me. Questions?
I'll start off with I have a couple of questions. First of all, I want to say thank you so much for spending time with me last week. We spent approximately 2 hours with me, and we really delved down into some of the information on the PIT and just some other information regarding Sacramento Steps Forward in homelessness. But one of the questions I asked that I was a little surprised is, can the report and the data be manipulated? And so the answer was yes, it can, if you wanted to. So there's a lot of questions and concerns around the PIT count. Why would this not go into a third-party, unbiased organization that can provide feedback to us?
So in general, PIT counts tend to be collaborations between whoever the lead agency is in a community and either some sort of independent contractor or university partner who provides that layer of neutrality. And so we've always done that here. Of course, in the past, we had Sac State, who was responsible for the count. And more recently, we've been contracting with Simtech, who provides the same level of service, has the connections to researchers who work on updating the PIT and improving the PIT on the national scale, which also provides that level of standardization, consistency, and neutrality. And so I would suggest that we have that here. If there's another way of meeting that standard, I'd be more than happy to hear it.
And then my other question is, would we ever consider going from nighttime to daytime to do the PIT count?
It's definitely something that you could do. Some communities will actually vary it up a little bit. HUD is very prescriptive on some things, but at others, that gives communities a lot of latitude. So as an example, the count, in order for it to count, it has to be done within the last 10 days of January. There's no flex there, unless there's a demonstrated kind of reasoning for that, but it's meant to be a kind of an edge case. There are communities who will supplement that with an additional count in the summer, and they'll do that usually in the middle of the day, in the daylight. One of HUD's reasonings for encouraging counts to be done in the evening is that the idea is that folks are more likely or less likely to be mobile, and it's easier to count. But that's based on HUD's logic.
Thank you. So the homeless action plan is tied to the pig count. That's the action plan, and then the pig count is really the outcome. What do you see as the greatest challenges right now during this economic challenge, and we don't foresee that going away? What do you foresee the future looking like?
It's an interesting question. It depends on how you, there's a lot of different ways to answer it, honestly. So if you look at the federal level, specifically with the NOFO, they've completely changed the way that they assess and reward progress with the pig count. It's not as clear-cut it is for the state, but there's a lot steeper thresholds for earning competitive points in that competition this year than they have been in years prior. And Sacramento is not nearly as competitive system performance-wise this year as they have been in years in the past. And so I'd imagine, depending on how other communities nationwide stack up against that same rigor, that it could reduce competitiveness for Sacramento in the competition. The same thing with the state. The pig count is a much more direct connection to dollars. Whatever our share of the pig count is our share of the allocation. And so if California state had 200,000 people who were homeless according to the collective pig count for the state, and Sacramento was 50,000 of that number, we'd get 25% of the allocation. And so just because our count went up, it kind of depends on what the state's count does too. If the state count also goes up at a similar rate, there's no impact to our share of the funding. If the state count goes down while ours went up, we would see a higher proportion or allocation than we'd had in years prior. So it entirely depends on what happens across the state.
So that leads me to one of my main questions. How do you think Sacramento County compared to other big cities and counties?
There's still some that are coming out as far as doing that deeper analysis, but a lot of the larger cities that we found saw a decrease.
Yeah, that's what Santa Clara. So in the lowest performing or worst performing, it was Santa Clara County, Alameda County, and Sacramento County. While other big cities saw a decrease, other counties are seeing a decrease, and overall, California has seen a decrease of 2.8%. So Sacramento County, I think, it's very concerning where we are right now, but we are failing at meeting the needs of people who are homeless and to get them off the streets. Those are all my questions. I have comments, but I'll save those till after public comments. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say I do think what we're seeing this year is definitely skewed by what I think was very inaccurate information from 2024. I mean, I don't think any of us believe that we experienced was a 40% increase or 20%, 22% increase from 22 to 24. This chart is very interesting to me. I mean, and I know its percentages add up to more than 100%, but when you take into account the discussion we had at the beginning of your presentation about the causes for people ending up in homelessness and us relying on self-reported information, I think the discussion was by and large around mental health or behavioral health and addiction. And what's remarkable to me is how few, the small percentage of people actually identify that what would help them is, I guess, the one crisis residential that's more than 24 hours. That's really the only thing that alludes to getting help for my underlying behavioral health issues I'm having or substance use issues I'm having. So I'm curious, the question is, what can the government do for you? Is part of that question, what do you need, or what can you do for yourself? How would you improve your situation? I'm just curious how that question is phrased. Is it phrased just like this, that what can the government be doing for you to get you out of the situation you're in?
Specifically Sacramento. And as we're talking to people and hearing the responses, they don't tend to see it as just the government as much as it is general service provision, which includes service providers, government, and also law enforcement. Okay. Like, what do I need from my collective community in order to help me resolve homelessness?
All right, thank you.
Just to give a little comment, what some of the other counties are reporting as what is positively impacting their PIC count is prevention, a focus on prevention. Supervisor Hume?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to kind of pick up on what my colleague, Mr. Desmond, was speaking about there, in that this slide that references what people think would help their situation kind of goes back to what we were begrudging about the other slide of what landed them in their circumstance. And so on this slide, you don't see treatment or therapy as being, a significant portion of what might help them out. Yes, affordable housing, absolutely, that's a no-brainer. I mean, I get it. That's what I would be wanting to, is I want to be able to afford a place to live, but that doesn't necessarily change my circumstance. And so you in the beginning of your presentation mentioned that this is all reliant upon data that is accurate and useful. And I question, as was alluded to with the last PIT in 2024, question the validity of those numbers, which then informs these numbers, which then when we take a sampling and extrapolate out from that sampling, there's a little bit of guessing that happens there too. And so one of the things that I've heard mentioned before is a malady known as anosognosia, and I don't know how you pronounce it, but basically it's when somebody doesn't know that they're sick. And so if I don't know what I'm suffering from that is causing me to be in this situation, how am I going to answer these questions accurately? And so I think that you mentioned some of the changes in federal parameters. I recognize that somebody has to feel safe and supported and having shelter and their basic needs met before you can start talking about some of the greater things that might change their circumstance. But I just hope that we get to a point where we don't rely solely on justice involvement as the only cudgel that helps drive those outcomes. And that seems to be where we were under the previous adherence to housing first and low barrier to entry and some of the things. I just hope that we can start to shift that model a little bit to where we are truly looking at how do we help folks help themselves, and or in some cases has been mentioned, really lean in as the government and help them until they can realize. Anyway, I don't want to proselytize too much, but that's kind of where I'm at. So
thank you.
All right, no other questions from the dais. Are there any requests to speak on this item?
Yes, we have several speakers. First up, John Vignoki.
Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. John Vignoki, CEO of the Sacramento Regional Business Leaders Council. The county's status quo and approach on homelessness, sad to say, is not working. We do not see the speed necessary to solve this problem, and I want to be honest about why that is and fix it. I don't think we need another strategic plan. I think we need an action plan, one built around scalable, capitally efficient options delivered through public-private partnerships and not county staff. Service providers need the proper incentives. Chasing exits to housing is a lagging indicator that fails to measure real progress. We strongly support the county's efforts to establish a multi-jurisdictional governing body on homelessness. However, the number one issue with our members is the time it takes to set this body up. We must accelerate alignment of resources and staff behind this new body so that efforts across jurisdictions are coordinated and more effective. We appreciate the county's recent work fixing the COC and SSF. Let's build on that momentum to rethink county departments to relentlessly pursue cost efficiencies in operations and capital plans and free up general funds through smarter budgetary shifts. Housing first is not the only answer, despite state mandates. A free housing unit with a kitchen and bathroom in it does not solve homelessness. The real benefit comes from services that reintegrate the unhoused back into society to become productive members. When designed correctly, housing and services can be delivered for $60 per person per day, including basic case management. That's $22,000 a year. For 8,000 people experiencing homelessness in Sacramento, that's about $175 million, and we have a state budget that's $350 billion per year. We can and must do better as a region and a state, especially because the state is in our backyard. This requires a fundamentally different approach and staff who are laser focused on an action plan and committed to results and not ideology. The business community is here to help. Let's move from planning to decisive action and not let anything get in our way. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Our next speaker is Allison Lee.
Thank you. Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Allison Lee, and I am an employee of Urban Capital. Our whole mission is to develop attainable housing designed to support the missing middle while actively investing in the growth and future of Sacramento. While the majority of our developments are located in the core, I have noticed an undeniable increase in the local unhoused population. Seeing more individuals experiencing homelessness on our streets daily is deeply concerning and predictable. However, from an economic development perspective, it directly compromises our region's appeal, both in the city and the county. It is becoming increasingly difficult to convince folks to move into our buildings when the surrounding neighborhood does not consistently feel clean, stable, or safe. This crisis reflects a systemic gap at the county level. There is a lack of urgency from Sacramento County Homelessness and Behavioral Health to establish concrete proactive solutions. Ultimately, we cannot market Sacramento as a vibrant place to live and invest when there are no measurable results showing that homelessness is being resolved. We're asking for real positive change, whether that means coming up with new solutions or fundamentally restructuring our current processes. We can no longer afford to celebrate minor milestones while the greater crisis on our streets remains unaddressed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Allison.
Our next speaker is Kevin Fatt.
Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Kevin Fatt. I was born and raised in this county, and my family has lived in and invested in Sacramento for more than 80 years and continues to invest. I'm here because the current approach to homelessness and behavioral health is failing, not just the unhoused, but the public at large. This is no longer only a social services issue, it is a public safety crisis, and it demands urgency. Projects that take years while people deteriorate on the streets puts everyone at risk. Residents, businesses, first responders, and the unhoused themselves. We need accountability. Service provider contracts must be competitively bid and tied to outcomes, not activity. Exits to housing alone is not enough. We should be measuring leading indicators, engagement in treatment, sobriety, income, and connection to primary care, because those are what actually stabilize people and reduce harm. Case management must be consistent and enforced. Clear expectations, frequent contact, and consequences matter, especially when untreated mental illness and addiction are involved. Leaving people in crisis on the streets is not compassionate. It is dangerous. Getting them treated into structured care is a moral obligation and a public safety necessity. The county must use its resources efficiently, appropriately, and effectively. What's missing is urgency, execution, and leadership. Action is needed now. My children deserve it, your children deserve it, and their children's children deserve it as well. Don't leave it like it is a mess today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Frias Morales.
I live near Sutter Landing at McKinley Village. Hundreds of transients live in the American River Parkway. The county has failed to keep the homeless out of the parkway. Here in McKinley Village, in my neighborhood, there have been 13 fires over the past 5 years. This is another fire that happened recently. This is a transient that yesterday in my neighborhood passed out an addict. This is Stanford Park, where the soccer coach had to stop the soccer game, the girls' soccer game, in order to pick up needles. As you can see, there are needles in the bathroom. This is near Sutter's Landing. Hundreds of homeless live in the American Parkway. This is your data here, Q2, Q1, 2025. 203 no longer homeless, 700 served, 84% returned to the street. How do you justify spending $277 million every year with these horrible results? $277 million for 203 no longer homeless or on the street? Time for a performance audit of outcomes. This is your data again. 26% of shelter residents completed the program. 379 transients completed addiction recovery. That's a 77% failure rate. $277 million to get 77% failure rate. You spend 15% of your HAP funds on permanent housing, only 15%. Sacramento County residents are tired of paying for failure. Taxpayers are tired of watching public dollars disappear into programs that cannot prove durable results. And the public is tired of being handed reports that measure activity instead of outcomes. The Board of Supervisors has a duty to demand accountability. If these programs work, prove it. If they don't work, fix them, stop funding them. But continue to spend hundreds of millions of dollars without a rigorous longitudinal performance audit is irresponsible, indefensible, and insulting to the taxpayers who are forced to pay for this system. Stop spending on $48 million from the general fund and give it to the sheriff and the district attorney.
Thank you, John.
I demand the County Board of Supervisors immediately authorize the independent performance
Please wrap it
audit.
up, John. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final speaker is Brandon Schroer.
Good afternoon, Brandon.
Hello, Chair and Board. My name is Brandon Schroer. I'm the CFO at Descore Builders and a Region Business Board member. My fellow board members, John, Allison, and Kevin, really hit the nail on the head on what Region Business believes is the issue. We agree with you. It's not just affordable housing. We have a mental crisis on our hands that needs to be fixed. And the one thing I'll say is, as it relates to affordable housing, which is the issue, we implore you to use the local knowledge and resources that we have to help with that. As a builder, I've seen what's spent on affordable housing, and if we submitted those numbers to our clients, we would do $0 of work in this county. So please use us as a resource. We're here to help. We want to fix this problem. We're very passionate about it, especially Region Business, and we're always here when you guys need us, so thank you.
Thank you, Brandon.
There are no additional speakers.
All right, thank you. So I will start with some comments. I'm a believer that if you're losing the battle, you change the battle plans. But if you're losing the war, you change the general. Several months ago, I asked our county executive if we had the best person possible leading the efforts of homeless and housing. And I was told that we have the best in the region. So the numbers don't tell that story. Sacramento County experienced a 13% increase in homelessness. The unincorporated parts of the county experienced a 103% increase in homelessness. Several big cities experienced a reduction in homelessness, but Sacramento County's overall count is headed in the wrong direction. While the county has spent millions and millions of dollars on homelessness, the numbers continue to increase. Despite significant investment, Sacramento County still has too many people experiencing homelessness, too many people living outdoors, insufficient behavioral health and housing capacity, fragmented accountability, and prevention efforts that have not kept up with the pace. And so overall, California experienced a 2.8 reduction in homelessness. The counties that are doing well have been Orange County, Yolo, San Francisco, Placer, El Dorado, Los Angeles. Those that are struggling have been Alameda, Santa Clara, and Sacramento County, which are in the three worst positions. And so while California counties are experiencing a decline of overall homelessness, a decline of unsheltered homelessness, increased shelter utilization, Sacramento County has reported an increased overall homelessness, increased unsheltered homelessness, increased shelter homelessness, and continued inflow exceeding exits. And so one of my frustrations the past 18 months that I have been here has been the incredible slow pace at taking action. And I'll tell you what this county has failed to do. We fail at a sense of urgency. We do not put the pedal on the metal on the people that are dying in the streets, the family members that have individuals that have family members or friends that are addicted to drugs in the street, that have untreated behavioral health, that can't seem to get access into housing. What we lack in the leadership here at Sacramento County is we lack really truly a vision. We are risk adverse. We are stress executes. We can't seem to take action on the plan. The past 18 months have been one of the biggest probably challenges of my professional career is to get traction on homelessness. And we, when I first came in, I met with our county exec, I met with Siobhan Katari and Emily in March of 2025 and talked about a regional collaboration. That meeting took 6 months to execute. Then we go another 6 months while we get discombobulated because Senate Bill 802, which, by the way, looks more attractive every day that we fail to take action at the county. We get discombobulated and we get thrown back. Then we enter, and now we're looking at an ad hoc committee, and that ad hoc committee is looking at another 6 months to execute. This county needs to take a change of leadership. Mr. Villanueva, I'm a strong believer that you get when things go well, we look to you and say congratulations to you and your team. But homelessness is failing in Sacramento County, and I think it's time to internally look at the leadership that we have that is executing on this plan. Because if you don't make changes to start taking action on this plan, ultimately the tension will come to you, as you are the one that is not pushing and making sure that Sacramento County is doing what it needs to do for those that are dying from homelessness in the streets. And so when we look at overall California, Sacramento County is failing to address the issues of homelessness. And so I am going to really turn to you at this point and make you ultimately accountable for where we're headed, and you are ultimately responsible to ensure that we have movement on homelessness. I have Supervisor Hume in the queue. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Powerful words. Can't disagree with them, but I think one of the issues that I struggle with, and Mr. Morales, I really appreciate your comments, and I wish I'd recorded them because I agree with you wholeheartedly on everything you said, and I've been saying that, I think, since I was seated on this dais. But one of the things that we have to be cognizant of, and this is why I think we came down so hard on those graphs that showed the reasons that people attribute to things, is there is a difference between causation and correlation. And we cannot look at homelessness if we do not look at things like Prop 47 that decriminalized open drug use, decriminalized drug possession, and made it so that we have addicts on our streets without consequences. That is a failure of our society, and it is resulting in a problem we cannot keep up with. That is a causation. The correlation then becomes, if, as a county, are we letting ideology continue to hold us back from accepting that insanity is doing what we've always done and expecting a different result? And so I've been asking that question relative to Housing First and relative to low barrier to entry, because I believe that when you look at our responses to homelessness, if we are not addressing what is happening between people's ears, no amount of food, clothing, or shelter is going to change the outcomes in their lives. And unfortunately, and this is where I think you may be oversimplified, and this is maybe where some of this glacial pace comes from, is when we have funding agencies at the state and federal government that put strings on the monies that we use and handcuff us relative to what we can apply those monies for or what we can't apply those monies for, that puts us in a no-win situation. And in my estimation, and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on this because it's obviously a bigger discussion than has been agendized for today, but when we forbid faith-based, when we forbid sobriety, when we forbid workforce training and these types of things as being hand in glove to entitlement programs that are being expended to these populations, I see that as a problem. And you go back at one of the most successful sobriety agencies, or I don't know if the agencies is the right word, but efforts in Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, and one of the first tenets that they do as they try to treat the individual is let go and let God. And if you are agnostic or atheistic, then they use that God to mean good, orderly direction. But what it means is that there are boundaries in life. And one of those boundaries, I believe, is a social construct by which we all must abide. And that is, nothing about my life can impede you in your pursuit of happiness in your life. And we have gone so far off the rails relative to that as a society, to where we have folks who, I'm not saying that they are doing it maliciously. Some certainly are, but a lot of them, as I mentioned in my comments earlier, probably don't even know how sick they are. And yet we are not leaning in with that sense of urgency to help them change their life because we are afraid of impeding on their civil liberties. Well, what about the civil liberties for everybody else that they affect? So I don't know that changing a general or changing a war strategy is necessarily the analogy that I would use, but I would absolutely hold up the comments of Mr. Morales, to hold up the comments of the chair that what we're doing is not working and getting to a new solution is not happening fast enough. Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate your comments, Supervisor Hume, because I agree with so much of what you said. I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of some of the limitations at the state level that we face, because I think there's certainly been a growing realization from the public about the approach that we've taken, and homelessness requires a complex solution, just as the causes are very complex. And the public is growing more and more aware that there has to be some of these interventions that we've talked about. And the governor himself, with Care Court being introduced, I mean, there's a growing realization that we need these tools. Prop 36 was probably the biggest acknowledgement that we needed to change the approach. But again, what has the state done with that? They have hamstrung. You had supervisors throughout the state that were, some were opposed, some were against Prop 36, but ultimately everybody has come together in realization that, okay, it passed by a resounding majority in the state of California. Now the legislature has to fund those resources to make sure that we can make Prop 36 work and get people the help they need. So I agree with all that. Also agree with you that not changing generals, I happen to think we have tremendous staff at the county, and the work we have done in the circumstances we're facing. I think that we have major challenges in this county. Obviously, unsheltered homelessness is a huge problem, but we have been doing some great things. Government moves way too slowly. I think this is an anomaly, what we saw in 2024, and we don't give a proper recognition of that anomaly. And so that's obviously was going to set us up for failure this year, or at least the appearance of failure this year. Something I also I agree with Supervisor Hume in terms of John, I think it is, talking about metrics and gauging the success of nonprofit providers. I think that is something we should be doing a lot more of in terms of identifying, okay, what are the metrics of success for these providers, and going back and revisiting that on an annual basis or wherever. Anybody who's under contract with the county for any issue, not just social services, they need to demonstrate the success of their programs. And we need to do a better job of holding their feet to the fire, and if they don't improve, then we change course with that nonprofit provider. So that is something I think we could do a lot more of. And I think other counties and other cities are actually doing more of that, trying to put some objective metrics for how we measure their success. I would really like to follow up on that. But I appreciate the presentation. Trent, I would ask that you get in touch with the Sheriff's Department, and I can help you with that discussion to see if there's anything that can be gleaned from the data that they're seeing, because I don't think it will jive with what we saw between 22 and 2026 and the dip in the middle. So thank you.
Todd, are these individuals request to speak?
We finished for item 70.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. So these are not for, okay, very good. Okay, so I think that is enough. Trent, thank you very much for the presentation. And Trent, thank you for stepping up to the plate and taking the interim role at Sacramento Steps Forward. It is a tough job. There are a lot of tough demands. Sacramento County needs to take aggressive action on homelessness, and so I just want to say that I appreciate you taking on that leadership. All right, next item. This is an informational workshop, so next item, please.
Next item is item 71, Crowing Fowl County Code and Zoning Code Amendments. It's the introduction of an ordinance of the Sacramento County Code adding the listed sections related to roosters and a zoning ordinance amendment to amend the listed chapters of the Sacramento County Zoning Code to address keeping of crowing fowl. We're waiving the full reading and continuing to June 16th.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Young Choi. I'm here. I am with Mr. Todd Smith and Wendy Hartman from Planning and Environmental Review, as well as Ms. Annette Bestworth from Director of Animal Care Services, as well as Ms. Chris Flores from Ag Commissioner's Office to help me with the presentation, as well as to answer any questions that your board may have today. So the county staff is proposing an update to the existing county code and zoning code to address keeping of roosters. There has been an increasing number of concerns relating to crowing fowl, including the noise, public health, safety, and land use compatibility. And in the recent month, highly pathogenic avian influenza, or the bird flu, has been impacting our local poultry farms here in Sacramento County as well. To provide you with a little bit of background, the County 311 system has received over 800 unique cases that were related to crowing fowl in the 18 months period. Most complaints were regarding the noise and the keeping of roosters, inhumane treatments of keeping of roosters, as well as some cockfighting report as well. Out of these unique 800 cases, almost all were related to roosters, with the exception of about 30 that was related to general crowing fowl. I do want to note that the majority of these calls were from the urban areas of the Sacramento County as well. I wanted to quickly go over the current zoning and county code that relates to keeping of incidental animals. Currently, the county zoning code defines a crowing fowl as any rooster, peacock, goose, quaking duck, or guinea fowl. And Sacramento County requires a minimum of 10,000 square feet on the zone listed above. We do offer minor use permit if only it's part of the educational program, such as FFA or 4-H program. Currently, the county code does not currently provide clear standard to address keeping of roosters, confinement practices, sanitation, or animal welfare. There are no minimum standards for the care, housing, or management of roosters. Before I move on to the zoning code amendment, I wanted to talk a little bit about the advisory meetings that the county staff had conducted. County staff conducted very, very extensive public outreach to inform the community to gather the input on the proposed zoning code and the county code amendment. And what I'll be sharing with you in the next slides are the culmination of the public input that we have received from various community output, as well as for the internal stakeholder meeting as well. Sorry about that. So first, staff is clarifying that Section 393G applies to the incidental keeping of animals as an accessory use to a primary residential use. The enforcement of the proposed rooster standards will be complaint-driven, which means the county will not be proactively inspecting the properties for compliance. However, enforcement would only occur after the county receives a formal complaint and issues a written notification to the property owner. Then the property owner will have up to 30 days to either comply with the ordinance or apply for the registration process under Ag Commissioner's Office. We are also further clarifying that the county noise ordinance does apply in our residential zoning district. However, in our agriculture residential zoning district, right to farm will remain. Lastly, all equipment and the materials that are being proposed and used for animal keeping are subject to the applicable development standards outlined in Chapter 5. The general standards for the incidental keeping of animal are being relocated into this section rather than being referenced to another section of the zoning code. This will allow a lot easier for our residents and county staff to interpret the code. And the proposed amendment will expand the authority of the entirety of Section 393G, including the crowing fowl, to the planning director. Previously, planning director was limited to enforcing the egg-laying chickens and duck rather than the entire section of the ordinance. It will allow our code enforcement office and division to use our chapter 6.6 to do the enforcement. Lastly, the appeal will be heard by the Board of Zoning Appeals, which is consistent with how zoning-related determinations are handled under the zoning code. The keeping of rooster will be still permitted as an incidental basis in the same zoning district as it was permitted prior to. In addition, the minimum lot size remains the same as what is being proposed today. However, staff is proposing a new maximum amount of roosters based on the lot sizes. In this amendment, we are getting rid of the minor use permit requirement for the education program. They will be required to reduce the lot size without a minor use permit process. Lastly, as I mentioned, the registration process will allow legitimate hobbyists to exceed the rooster limits that I'll be going over in the slide right now. So this table shows the maximum roosters allowed by the lot sizes in the zoning district. These numbers were based on the input that we received from our extensive public outreach. We had a consultation with the cooperative extensions, universities, agricultural organizations, as well as review of other jurisdictions regulatory on their roosters or crowing fowl. And other than specialty breeders and some Hmong representatives, staff did not receive any evidence or any comments requesting the additional number is allowed or required for their uses. And I do want to mention again, the registration process, which will be maintained by our Ag Commission's office, will be offered at no cost, and it will allow individuals maintaining poultry for legitimate purpose to exceed these numbers on this table. Staff is also modifying Table 5.6 and 5.10b. The biggest change is that we are allowing for a lot bigger sizes of the coop sizes, as well as to allow for registration process to allow for even bigger sizes than what we are proposing today. All other changes are reformatted for clarity for our users. Lastly, on the definitions of the zoning code on Chapter 7, we are changing the definition of agricultural uses general to allow for the, to update the definition to recognize certain commercial activities and including that the use shall not include animal fighting or any other unlawful activity. With that being said, for the county code changes, we have Annette Betzworth from Director of Animal Care Services to share the changes that's upcoming for the county code portion.
Good afternoon. Today I'm here to present the proposed amendments to the county code related to the keeping of roosters. These updates are designed to bring clarity, consistency, and stronger enforcement tools to our efforts in promoting humane care in Sacramento County. First, the amendments introduce new definitions, which is key for us to describe what the humane treatment looks like. This includes ensuring that roosters are not housed in enclosures where they can walk, move, and turn freely. Restricting them so they cannot move normally is considered inhumane. The amendments make it very clear that tethering roosters to limit or restrain the movement is also inhumane. These standards reflect our county's commitment to humane care and give us clearer expectations for how these animals must be treated. With these amendments, Animal Care Services will have stronger tools. They will have stronger tools to partner with our other partners here to enforce the situation. And let me just explain to you about the enforcement, because that's been the biggest question on how we're going to enforce. Animal Services will most definitely take the lead. And I'm going to give you two examples. We had 2 rooster incidents this past weekend. So a very extreme. One was on the north part of the county, and one was on the south part of the county. The north part of the county, there was a fire on the property. There was hundreds of roosters. The fire department chief called us because he was very upset because all the roosters were tethered. And he wanted to know if it was illegal yet, because they died because they couldn't get away. The second incident, we confiscated 60 roosters on Saturday evening because of all the animals that were in the midst of cockfighting. So we have 60 roosters in our possession now. So that's how we've dealt with it. I will share with you that we will partner and deal with all these situations as differently as we can because they are all different. We do partner with the Sheriff's Department frequently, and we partner with the DA's office very frequently too. They are advocates of animal cruelty, and they proceed and support us very much so in these cases. This would be another tool for them in their little tool belt to prosecute animal cruelty cases.
Thank you, Annette.
I wanted to briefly talk about, again, the public outreach that we did. As I mentioned, we had a pretty extensive public outreach starting from 2024 of December. So in December 2024, Agriculture Advisory Committee asked that the scope of the amendment be reduced to roosters rather than entire crowing fowl. And from there, in August and September, staff notified all CPACs about the pending changes about the rooster ordinance. And we attended and provided information to North Highlands, Cosumnes, and Carmichael CPAC. Furthermore, we also hosted a county-wide workshop in September by the Planning Commission to gather feedback about the proposed ordinance. And we heard a lot of comments and concern in our September Planning Commission meeting. And the staff went back to the drawing table and we rewrote the section based on the input that was received from our public members. And we provided another version of the amendment, which is November 10th, to the community member as another county-wide community workshop. In this workshop, we did receive some positive comments that we did listen to our public's comment and their concerns relating to the ordinance. And with that, we brought the changes to our advisory committee in December 10th, and they recommended approval to the Planning Commission, however, suggested lowering limits for a smaller residential lot, which was presented to you today. And in February 6th, Planning Commission considered the zoning code amendment of the crowing fowl. The commission voted to recommend the board approve the zoning code amendment and also directed the staff to further develop the registration process. And during these process, staff met with Hmong representative, Mr. Dao Yang, who represents 18 clans of Hmong in this county. We received a lot of good feedback about the registration process and also learned a lot about the Hmong practice of how they use rooster. And we received very positive feedback and comments from the Hmong community from our various meetings that we had. And the attachment 5 is the proposed registration process form that we have. And as part of the ordinance, we will be asking that the board let staff to work on translations for all the various languages, as well as additional educational pamphlet to go along with the amendment of the ordinance.
Yang, quick question. Amongst the Hmong community, it's not just roosters, it's chickens as well. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. So what we learned is that when they do the ceremonies, it's almost always a pair, which is a female chicken and a male chicken. Okay. There are very, very small circumstances where they'll use just the roosters, but majority of the ceremonies are used by pair of chickens.
And one pair, correct?
I believe so. I believe a family member brings one pair to the event, which may have multiple pair. However, what we learned was that they cook the chicken and bring it to the ceremony, not a live chicken. So what we learned that it really became more of a food production for Hmong families for how they raise their roosters.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, I wanted to just kind of summarize what we have today. So the new rooster limit that the county staff is proposing were based on the inputs from our public outreach, consultation with our co-op extensions, university and agriculture organizations. But most importantly, the enforcement of the proposed zoning code will be a complaint-driven. The county will not be proactively inspecting properties for compliance. Rather, the enforcement would only occur after the county's notification of the complaint. And Annette will provide a quick summary of the county code as well.
Thank you.
The County Code Amendment, again, will provide those strong definitions that we need to prosecute and ensure that animal cruelty does not happen. We need you to vote yes on this amendment to the County Code. Please.
Done.
The environmental review document for this is noticed as exempt, as this amendment does not authorize any new development. This is just a regulatory amendment that governs the keeping of incidental keeping of animals. And with that, the county staff is recommending the following action that the Board of Supervisors is to introduce Ordinance 1, adding sections 804, 142, 236, 237, 238, and sections 822 of the Sacramento County Code related to roosters, a waive full reading of the ordinance and continue the ordinance to June 16th for adoption, and introduce Ordinance 2 and 3, amending chapters 3, 5, and 7 of the Sacramento County Zoning Code, also waiving full reading of the ordinance and continue the ordinance to June 16th for the adoption, and also determine that the notice of exemption is adequate and complete. That concludes our presentation. As mentioned, county staff is here to answer any questions that your board may have. Thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. You know, it's interesting that the two things were on the same agenda because it seems that one of the only issues the county faces that is as contentious and complicated as addressing homelessness is regulating crowing fowl. I've been at this for about 3 years now based off of a complaint I received of an excessive amount of roosters being held in a backyard where they had minimal shelter. They were tethered so that they could just basically barely not reach one another. The noise, the stench, the runoff of fecal matter, I mean, everything was causing an impact. And so that's the other correlation, is not only how complicated the issue is, but the fact that one person negatively impacting everybody who lived around him, and there was nothing the county could do about it. I went to the sheriff, I went to the DA, I went to the planning department, I went to the ag commissioner, I went to animal control, I went to anybody. Somebody find some reason to tell this person he cannot treat these chickens this way and impact his neighbors that way, and we had nothing on the books, including the threat of avian flu, which was a serious issue at the time or during that process, to do that. And so, you know, started to pursue this, got the nod from staff to go ahead and pursue this. And then all of a sudden the unintended consequences start to pop up, and you start to realize there are tentacles of this issue that go into things that you don't want to negatively impact, and that is certainly any of the cultural considerations that have been brought up, particularly within the Hmong community. Supervisor Desmond and myself sat down and met with a lot of folks from that community to hear their concerns. Staff, I know, has done a yeoman's effort of reaching out and trying to understand their concerns, understand workarounds, or understand ways that they can still meet their needs. The hobby community or the breeding community of what they need in order to have genetic diversity and breed different amounts. But the issue was, it was like the old saying, I don't know what it is, but I'll know it when I see it. We had a situation where these roosters were obviously being raised for the purpose of cockfighting. And I just remember the first conversation I had with the sheriff's department, and they said, well, cockfighting is illegal, but raising roosters for cockfighting is not. And I thought, that's a problem. And so I think that we have worked through this to a point where we at least have parameters now that we can gauge whether or not they work, whether or not they're too restrictive, whether or not they're not restrictive enough. But the idea that there were so many avenues to try, and there was absolutely no way to address what was obviously not just a quality of life issue, but it was a situation where these folks felt trapped in their homes, because they wanted to move and just get away from it, but they thought, who's going to come out and listen to this and want to buy this house and be subjected it to themselves? And so it's not nothing, I guess, is the point that I'm trying to make. And so I thank staff for being diligent, for sticking with it. And I think the folks that I assume we're going to have some public comments on this item, certainly the folks that have leaned in and provided the comments, you know, I think we were trying to be as respectful as we could to some of the unintended consequences, but I am so thankful to finally be at this day here, even as long as it took. So thank you for staff for being diligent.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. First, You know, it's kind of funny because when we passed the urban farming ordinance about 10 years ago or so, after about 2 years of a lot of meetings and community meetings, and I thought this issue was taken care of. We had so many meetings, so many discussions, it somehow fell between the cracks. And Supervisor Hume came to me and said that we don't have anything. I said, no, you're wrong. Well, I stand corrected. So I want to thank my colleagues, thank staff in particular. I held a community meeting down in the district with the Hmong community in particular, a number of elders. Learned a great deal that I had no idea about as far as what their cultural activities are when it comes to crowing fowl and fowl in general. And I left that meeting really of the opinion that we got a long way to go as far as bridging the differences here. It was mostly a listening session, but I completely want to give our planning staff a tremendous amount of respect. You bridged that gap in a way that I didn't know it was going to be possible. We have something that I believe is now reasonable, respectful, and something that's overdue. So I'd be remiss if I didn't give kudos to our staff for doing this. Thank you.
Okay, are there any public comments?
Yes, we do have some speakers for this item. First up, Nancy Dewey.
Put this here. I hope you can show that. This is a picture of what's behind my property. It was taken January 15th, 2024 by my neighbor, Bob Schmidt. He's here as well. I just want to say, sitting here all morning, I'm so impressed with everything you have to take care of. And you have so much, the Sacramento County has so many things to deal with. And so my issue, I feel, is very minute. But I want to say, Supervisor Hume almost brought me to tears. Just, excuse me. This has been going on since October of 2023. And I realized that the Sacramento County zoning codes, because of the way they're written now, that this property owner is not doing anything illegal that we can see so far, even though these poor roosters are housed individually, some are tethered, and they don't just crow, which I don't mind listening to a rooster crow. They scream, and over 250 now. This was taken in 2024. There's a lot more now. And the crowing starts about 3 a.m., and we're waking up, even though we have purifiers, fans going, the sound permeates the walls. And so by 3, 4 o'clock, we just get up. Why, we can't sleep. And we never open our windows. For 2.5 years, we've never had fresh air coming into our homes. We have to keep everything closed because if it's not the roosters screaming, it's the pathogens that blow over from all the manure. And I just wanted to say, too, that I won't take long. I have to wear ear protection if I do any gardening, which I've kind of let go. After 9 years being retired, I went back to work. I've been working for 1.5 years now, and it's helped my mental state because I get away from this. My husband, he's several years older than me. He's severely depressed, and he's become housebound. He won't go anywhere. It's really affected him. He has bad health anyway. And, I'm trying to get him to leave the house just for a day or two, but he won't. So he has to endure this 24/7. I get away for 8 hours a day, during the week. But I just want to say I'm blessed to see that my problem is going to be fixed soon, I hope. I want to say for the past 2.5 years, friends and family have never come to our house. We used to have big celebrations, Easter egg hunts. We live on 2.5 acres. Beautiful home, beautiful yard. No one comes anymore because at all hours of the day you're going to hear screaming roosters. I'm sorry. Oh, that's very true. We can't move. We can't sell our home for fair market value because who would buy it? You know, it's just kind of unreal. And I already went over a lot of this, but I just wish, you know, 2.5 years is a long time to put up with this. And I tell myself, I think I'm still normal, but sometimes I kind of wonder if it's affected me because I see how it's affected my husband. He's not the same person. And I just want to show you real quickly what we hear, if you bear with me real quick.
We do need to wrap it up. I did give you extra
Okay.
time because Supervisor Hugh made you cry.
Yeah. This is what we hear almost all day long. I know it's probably, I don't know how to use my phone. I'm
We could hear
technically challenged. I'm sorry. Could you maybe show me? I don't know how to make that one bigger. Thank you. But, you know, it starts early in the morning, but it goes on periodically through the day. And in the middle of the night even. I'm not exaggerating. Thank you. And I realize my time is up. But thank
We
you
need to
for
wrap it
allowing
up.
me to speak.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bob Schmidt.
Good afternoon, Bob.
Good morning, or good afternoon now. Yeah, my name's Bob Schmidt. My wife and I live next door to Nancy and Mike. For some time, we have lived on Dirks Road for 42 years, and we're hoping for a quiet, nice retirement property we worked hard for. It has become a nightmare due to the roosters. Before I get started, I need to thank all those in the county that have put in countless hours and public hearings, meetings, and writing the new rooster codes. My mouth is dry. We certainly appreciate all the work that's been done. As for over the 2.5 years, we've been putting up with this unbelievable screaming of hundreds of roosters in our backyard. We can't sleep and open the doors and windows and don't use our patios. We don't have friends come over. It sounds like I'm reprising things from Nancy. We have days of depression. It's an up and down roller coaster of emotions, frustration, anger, and stress. We no longer enjoy time on our property like we used to. We can't imagine how much our property values would drop if we were to sell our homes. We would have to disclose to buyers they are buying a home near Rooster Farm. People are in disbelief when we listen and see the videos that we've made of the situation we go through each day. The codes need to be updated for today's trends. Families live on properties of acre to 5 acre lots in subdivisions that are zoned AR2 to AR5. If you have 1,000 square feet, which is about the size of the lobby of this building, you can have as many roosters as you can possibly put on that property, regardless how close it is to the neighbors' homes and property. I'm not against roosters. Roosters are part of our road and has been there since I've lived there. In October 2023, it took 1 month to set up and have 100 roosters on the property. By January 15th, 2024, well over 200 roosters are on that property. In November of 2023, our neighbors on Dirks Road and Silent Wings Way started filing noise complaints to the county.
We need to wrap it up soon, Bob.
Okay. The sheriff department was out there, code enforcement visited the property. Owners were cited for violations, but no code enforcements were done to roosters. We were told to stay away from the people that own the property in safety, for our safety. On April 3rd, a letter was submitted there to the county from our neighbors of 20 neighbors requesting something to be done. Finally, the day that has come, I hope. I'm going to move on. I'm going to cut out some of it. We're really hoping that this will be passed and that we can go on with our lives. I know this affects other communities and neighborhoods in the county, so please vote on this.
Thank you for sharing.
And our last speaker on this item is Jim Alla.
Yeah, actually, it's Jim Allen. But
Welcome, Jim.
From 2008 to 2018, I was the Ag Commissioner in Solano County. And about midway through my tenure as Ag Commissioner, the County Board of Supervisors tasked me with developing, with County Council, a rooster ordinance. It was one of the first ones in the state. And the board wanted that because we had a half dozen farms with over 1,000 roosters. And we had several in the unincorporated area with hundreds of roosters. And I think that the public comment that you've received about the humane conditions and the nuisance and noise issues is adequate. I'd like to urge you to vote for this because it worked for us. When my board adopted the ordinance, those problems essentially evaporated, that Animal Services was given the authority to police it, and it worked. I issued a couple of exemptions that were appropriate, one for purebred breeding fowl and one for an FFA project, and those I think were appropriate. I would like to add, though, that the poultry industry, the billion-dollar poultry industry in California, has a high degree of biosecurity. And that's because they're under constant threat from exotic Newcastle disease and avian influenza. The gamecock industry, if you want to call it that, has been responsible for outbreaks of those diseases in commercial poultry operations. And the Ag Commissioner's Office, as you know, does agricultural quarantines with insects and weeds and things like that. Well, the poultry quarantines are equally important to industry and to public health. And I think that limiting the numbers of the roosters and also limits the transit of the animals back and forth and the smuggling of animals to help facilitate the public health and biosecurity interests of the state. Anyways, I would encourage you to vote for this. It was successful in my county, and I think it's very well crafted. Thank you again.
Jim. All right.
No additional
Bringing
speakers.
it back to, I just want to actually make a comment that I first learned of crowing fowl, I think it was my second community meeting in Rio Lenta, where there was almost 80 people that showed up specifically for roosters. So I let everybody know that I was going to put roosters on the agenda every meeting so that people would show up. But I am happy to move this item for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Oh.
Today, you're just introducing the ordinance.
Oh, introducing, okay.
Yes, and we're continuing it until the next meeting for approval.
So not the recommended action?
The
today?
recommended action is to introduce it today.
Okay, okay, so I will move the recommended action.
Yes.
Okay, and then Hume, second it. Please vote. All
Recommended.
right, next item, please.
5-0. Next item on our agenda is item 72. This is AB 481 Military Equipment Annual Report Presentation.
Chair, Board of Supervisors, Deputy County Executive Eric Jones, I just wanted to highlight that you'll be hearing 4 of these, 72 through 75. So it'll go the park rangers, then probation, district attorney, and then sheriff's office. All of them are the same topic. They just have to individually itemize them separately. So with that, we'll start with regional parks. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We do have a small presentation. And with me, Liz Bellis, Director of Regional Parks. With me today is Acting Commander Trevor Snutsius and Sergeant Mark Piazza, in case there are any technical questions. Assembly Bill 481 mandates transparency and oversight for law enforcement agencies regarding the acquisition and use of military equipment. So this is a presentation of what we have for regional parks. We have less lethal shotguns, the munitions associated with such, There are personnel requirements that they must complete post-approved less lethal weapon munitions courses, maintain departmentally required annual qualifications, and comply with all directives. Sorry, I'm making this short because of the time of day. And we also have an unmanned aircraft system, also known as a drone. There were 3 deployments since our last report that are listed there for you. That is all I wanted to say. If you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, we can move on. Thank you.
And we have no members of the public signed up for that item.
Okay, this is a receive and file. Are there any public? No.
No members of the public.
Okay, so this is a receive and file. All right, we move on to the next item.
Item 73 is the Probation Department's annual military equipment use report for 2026 and authorization for continued use of military equipment.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Rodriguez and members of the board. I would like to thank each of you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Probation Department. My name is Cherie Robinson. I'm the Chief Deputy of the Adult Services Division. I'm here to present our annual military equipment use report for 2026. The Sacramento County Probation Department currently possesses a total of 6 unmanned aerial systems, or UASs, commonly referred to as drones. During the reporting period, probation utilized drones for authorized public safety and operational purposes consistent with department policy and applicable law. In December 2025, the department purchased and acquired all 6 drones in our inventory. 4 were purchased with grant funding and 2 were purchased with asset forfeiture funds. We currently have 3 fully trained and licensed drone operators in the department, with several other officers going through the licensing training. During the reporting period, the drones have been utilized in approximately 41 operations, including but not limited to safety assessments of hazardous or difficult to access locations, high-risk operational situations requiring enhanced tactical awareness, and enhanced connection to unhoused individuals living in areas of the county where standard contact methods may be unavailable. In accordance with AB 481, our department held a well-publicized community engagement meeting online to discuss our use of military equipment with the public. 1 citizen attended virtually. We engaged in a thoughtful discussion and responded to all of their questions. During the reporting period, no formal complaints or public concerns were received regarding the use of military equipment. Complaint forms are available at all of our public locations, online, and complaints can also be made over the phone. In addition, no formal internal audits were conducted specific to the department's military use equipment due to the newness of the program. We plan to conduct an internal audit in the upcoming reporting period. The Probation Department is not currently requesting authorization for a specific quantity of additional drones or other military equipment. However, should the operational need arise and general fund or other resources become available, we are respectfully requesting authorization to purchase additional drone systems of the same make and model as the ones we currently possess. In conclusion, the Probation Department remains committed to safe and lawful and transparent use of authorized military equipment while ensuring accountability, public trust, and compliance with all applicable laws and policies. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. No questions here. Are there any public comments?
No public comments.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion. I'll go ahead and move approval for the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, please vote. All right, next item, please.
5-0. Next item is 74, the District Attorney's Office Military Equipment Policy Annual Report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am Eugene Shim, Lieutenant with the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office, Bureau of Investigation. I'm here to present our annual military equipment report for 2026. We had our public meeting at the Sheriff's Office Community Meeting Room on May 14th. There were no members of the public in attendance for that particular meeting. This report covers the period April 29th, 2025 through April 30th, 2026. We have 6 Remington 870 less lethal shotguns along with beanbag munitions. These items were not deployed in the line of duty other than training of our law enforcement personnel. On August 14th, 2025 and February 4th, 2026, criminal investigators qualified in the use of these less lethal munition launchers, commonly referred to as less lethal beanbag shotguns. Training included policy review, deployment considerations, alternative tactics, which includes de-escalation, and post-deployment care. The District Attorney's Office has no plans to purchase any new equipment in the next year. The Sacramento County District Attorney's Office is committed to receiving and responding to community member complaints regarding the use of military equipment. Complaint forms are available at our public counters and online. A review of the office's records revealed that no complaints or concerns regarding military equipment were submitted within the past year. An internal audit of department files determined there were no violations of Bureau Directive 605, military equipment, and any other Bureau policy related to the acquisition or deployment of the Bureau's military equipment. In compliance with AB 481, this report was published on the Sacramento County District Attorney's website at least 30 days prior to presenting this report to the Board of Supervisors. Within 30 days of submitting and publicly releasing this report, the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office, Bureau of Investigation, held a well-publicized, conveniently located community engagement meeting at which the general public could discuss and ask questions regarding the annual military equipment report and the law enforcement agency's funding, acquisition, or use of military equipment. As I stated earlier, no one from the community attended this particular meeting. This report will be publicly available on the Sacramento County District Attorney's website for as long as the military equipment is available for use. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Any members of the public?
No public comments.
Move
Right.
to receive and file.
Second. Oh, you mean the recommended action? Yes. All right. Next item, please.
Last item is item 75. That's receive and file the Sacramento Sheriff's Office Annual Military Equipment Use Report for 2026 and adopt resolution reviewing the county's ordinance that adopted and approved a military equipment use policy for the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Lieutenant James Petrinovich. I'm the Sheriff's Tactical Commander assigned to our Special Operations Division. Can we start with a quick video?
Is it the first slide for you? The clicker should get it right to the video.
It's actually a separate file.
It's a separate file. All right, let me get our Metro 14 guys on that real quick. I think they're loading it as we speak. So it looks like it was played at SCRC. Not sure if it moved over for this meeting.
I have it on a USB drive. Is that available? If not, we
Yes,
could probably move on.
But if it is on a USB drive, I can move it to our Metro guys. Kevin and Metro, we're running the USB to you. And Kevin, plug it into the podium. All right, loaded in the podium. Should take just a moment here.
We need to clear the vote screen.
Oh, the vote screen, nobody else is seeing that. You see the vote screen on yours?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know what's going on there for the vote screen. There we go. they've clicked on it. It's loading.
Don't sweat it. You're just standing between us and lunch.
Get the assistant sheriff up here to have I'm in the same boat.
It is a large file.
It's worth it, I promise. While the video is loading, I do want to mention that we last spoke, I gave this presentation in, I think, September of last year. With the exception of one small clip, everything that we're going to see in the video is actual footage from operations that happened from September until now, just to give you an idea of how often we're using this in big events. Sheriff's Office utilizes equipment outlined under AB 481 to enhance.
Starting it from the beginning for you guys.
Oh, now that we see who the star of the video is.
It all makes sense.
The Sacramento County Sheriff's Office utilizes equipment outlined under AB 481 to enhance the safety of our deputies and the community. These tools are critical in helping to resolve high-risk critical incidents and complete complex investigations such as human trafficking and organized retail theft. The following videos highlight how these tools can help de-escalate situations and safeguard the community. So if you listen close, you can hear gunshots in this video. That was one. And a second gunshot that was being fired at our deputies. You can see our officer here stepping up onto the Bearcat rail to protect his feet and shins from gunfire.
I got the other window, don't move.
When the firing died down, we were also able to use the Bearcat as tactical cover to introduce chemical agents into the home. This is another example of a use of chemical agents with an armed barricaded felony suspect. After we introduced chemical agents into the home, he surrendered and was able to be taken into custody by deputies. This is a video, this is an older clip of our EOD robot performing an energetic breach on a door. This was after an officer-involved shooting, and this type of equipment allows us to remotely detonate onto the door so that we can have an access point. You can see on the left side of the door, there's a long string of detonating cord. We were able to place that and then remotely detonate it and do an energetic breach so we could get the door open to get the drone inside. This was another armed felony barricade subject who was actually holding someone else captive inside of the residence. After shooting at deputies through the front door, this gentleman sees our drone inside his house and he actually shoots it out of the air. This is our drone assisting in a foot pursuit. You can see two suspects attempting to run from the service of a search warrant. The dog goes after one and the drone stays with the other until deputies are able to take him into custody. This is an event where a man killed his entire family. We responded to the scene and you can see our Rook here, our tactical tractor, breaching the rear slider so that we could get the drone inside to look for victims and make sure it was safe for deputies to enter to give care. This is a jewelry store heist that we interrupted. They were in the process of burglarizing it, and we couldn't initially find the suspects that we knew were inside. Eventually, we were able to send the drone into the ventilation system, where we were able to find two suspects hiding in the ventilation system. This man is obviously armed. You can see him inside his house. This gives us situational awareness and what the mindset is of our bad guy here. And you can see him pointing the gun at the drone.
And we'll get your PowerPoint back up. Yep.
I'll try to talk fast, but feel free to interrupt if any questions come up. Start 2026 presentation. 2025, we did receive one citizen complaint from a concerned citizen who witnessed our Bearcats driving on a county road. She was upset about having to explain the situation to her small child, and she was further concerned about the militarization of police in the county. We did look into this. Our Bearcats were on their way to an operation, a search warrant. They were driving in a manner that was consistent with policy and law. Did not end up being a valid complaint. Any and all complaints can be registered online or at any sheriff's facility. Unmanned aerial systems, these are our drones. We currently have 64 drones. 3 are out of service for a total of 61 in-service drones. We have about 30 drone operators spread throughout the county. These are every day of the week, every single shift for nearly 1,000 square miles of the county. These are able to be deployed directly from their car. Each person typically carries 2 drones, so each of the 30-ish operators that we have carry 2 drones. One is designed for indoor use. That's a much smaller drone. The other is a much larger drone designed for outside use. And depending on the situation, they decide which is best. They're used for search and rescue, high-risk operations, community outreach. The majority of our drone deployments do occur in a patrol capacity during dynamic developing situations. It's not just tactical events. Like I said, they can drive directly to the scene, get the drone out of their trunk, and start using it. I would also like to say that the sheriff maintains a stance on the commitment to the privacy of our community. We have strict policies and procedures governing the use of our drones. They're only used in reactive situations. They're not out on active patrol. And in the situations where they're used, they are limited to the scope of the actual incident.
And Lieutenant, does a person who operates the drone still have to have special licensing or?
They do have to have special licensing, yes, ma'am.
So is it fair to say that the majority of drones that are out with officers, they are approved to use the drones?
Absolutely. Everybody requires licensing and then additional training put on through the sheriff's department as well. We always like to say that the drones that we use are commercially available. This is a screenshot of a local Walmart that had several of our Avata 2 mini drones from DJI, and these are available for purchase in stock here in the county. Robots, we currently have 10 robots. However, 8 of them are in the process of being decommissioned. So we have 2 that are actively being used. And these are used to remotely gain video or audio data, deliver items, disrupt suspicious packages, and clear buildings for us. These are only used in defensive situations. We do not use the drones in any kind of assaultive purpose against our suspects. Armored vehicles, you saw both kinds of armored vehicles in the video. We have 2 Lenco Bearcats. Those are used for tactical cover so that we can drive up right outside the residence and have cover to be able to work from behind. These are used, we've been using these since 2008, and then before that we were using different types of armored vehicles. So armored vehicles have been in the county for a very long time. Our Bearcats are used multiple times every week. You also saw in the video our Rook, that's the armored tractor, and this one, probably one of the greatest features we have for that is the ability to reach second and sometimes even third-story windows. And as the county moves towards more multifamily housing, the Rook's ability to access those upper floors will become more and more relevant. Currently have a 5-ton truck outfitted with a dump bed that's being held at the Rio Cosumnes Correctional Center. It's been used in the past for some flooding issues out there, some evacuations, but is not actively used in any kind of patrol function. We have 2 General Humvees used for community outreach. These are assigned to YSU, and they attend car shows and other community events. Incident command vehicles, we have our mobile command vehicle. We purchased that last year. That's a large RV style. It's got a conference room up front and a space in the back for crisis negotiators. We use that routinely, and it gives us a space that we can take incident command. We have a mobile booking and command vehicle. that's currently being held at the correctional center, and we can use it for mass arrest events, but right now it's being used as a medical intake annex at the correctional center. We also have one Nomad tactical communications vehicle that's used in large-scale major incidents as drone support. All the drones have their stuff inside there, large screens for them to view. Long-range acoustic device, LRAD, we currently have 8. 2 of those are at the Folsom Dam, and they're awaiting decommission. The dam has a few. They put it on top of the dam, and they use it to communicate with boaters who might be encroaching towards the front of the dam. And then the other 2 speakers that we have are much smaller devices, and that's used by our SWAT team, used to communicate with suspects, people inside residences, or the community. Less lethal. We currently have 73 launchers in either 37 millimeter or 40 millimeter. These are not grenade launchers. We do not launch grenades out of this. We use it to launch less lethal rounds, sponge rounds, impact rounds, and some of those have pepper spray or other chemical agents inside. These are both the launchers and the shotguns are used as a de-escalation tool to gain distance and still have the opportunity to use less lethal force. We have 589 shotguns, less lethal shotguns. These are standard 870, Remington 870 shotguns, and they're equipped with the standard less lethal beanbag round. We do not possess any 12-gauge actual ammunition for the shotguns. And the reason that we have so many is because each patrol unit is required to carry either a shotgun or a launcher every single shift. Diversionary devices, we have 480 flashbangs. These are light sound diversionary devices used in tactical events by trained SWAT operators. We use them routinely on events. They are not meant to impact people, so we don't use them in an adversarial way. They are simply a distraction device. They're always used in a safe location away from the suspect. And then the aerial flashbangs, they're similar in function, except we can launch them out of one of the 40 millimeters, and it'll go off with light and sound distraction over their head. Rifles and ammunition, we currently have 24 .308 caliber rifles. These are a precision rifle meant for long-distance engagements. We have 24 of those. 2 MP5s, those are not in service, those are kept at the range. We have 650 .223 caliber rifles. This is our standard patrol rifle issued to every one of our patrol officers as well as some investigative teams. Then we have one large 50 caliber rifle. This is a very specialized piece of equipment. Highly trained operators on our SWAT team are trained to use it, and it would be used to stop things like heavy glass, heavy body armor, or large vehicles. We could take out an engine with that. Explosive breaching tools, you saw this in the video. This is 750 feet of detonating cord accompanied by 50 blasting caps. They're used in mostly by EOD bomb technicians, and a lot of time our SWAT breachers to gain access into structures or disrupt suspicious devices or packages. New for this year, we are, pepper ball launchers, chemical agents. About 1,800 chemical agents between tear gas and pepper spray. That number's so high because we have a lot of just the handheld pepper sprays. These are various models and munitions designed to help resolve tactical incidents. Another reason for the high number of these is that they come in all different shapes and sizes. Some carry a lot of chemical agents, some carry a little bit. There are also different methods to disperse it, aerosol, and smoke and other ways. So we want to make sure we have the right tool for the right job and not introduce too much chemical agent into the area. 145 sting ball grenades. These are equipped with their rubber balls that when they go off, they expel rubber pellets. Some of those are also equipped with chemical agent. And then 75 smoke grenades used to mass tactical locations or mark locations, and these are strictly for outdoor use. New requests. I would like to say before I tell you about all the new requests, with the exception of the bottom there, the 2 dock drones for the airport, I do not currently have a funding stream for any of these. These are just things that might come up throughout the year. I don't have any money set aside for anything, so but they could come up over the year. So 8 additional pepper ball launchers for corrections. We want to put 4 at each jail. We'd like to replace that 50 caliber rifle with 6 Seekins precision rifles. These are much smaller ammunition, but they still have some of the same capabilities. Long range, precision, designed to defeat heavy glass vehicle exteriors, body armor, and other barriers without sacrificing performance. As I mentioned, this one does have a funding stream, the 2 dock drones. They're going to start a drone as a first responder out at the airport, and these will be used to check out the perimeter of the airport. Expected needs for drone replacement or expansion. As I said before, well, you saw in the video that one got shot down. We routinely lose these to incidents. We lose about 10 a year. In fact, last year, during one incident, 5 drones were destroyed. So the 30T, possibly up to 2 units, the 4T up to 1, 12 for the Avata 2 Mini. That's the slide I showed you from Walmart. Those are the ones that get destroyed the most. And then 2 new drones that we don't currently have. These are both American-made drones, the Ascent Aerosystems Helios and the Parrot Anafi. These are NDAA compliant, manufactured in the United States. They're a little bit more expensive, but we think it would be nice to have some American-made drones in the fleet. And finally, you saw this last year. We were unable to come up with any funding source to buy a new Bearcat, but like I told you last year, our 2008 Bearcat has reached the end of its lifespan. It's an armored vehicle that seats 10 to 12 personnel and provides greater safety to the citizens and officers beyond the protection level of shield or personal body armor. The question is, how do we decide that this vehicle has reached the end of its lifespan? Well, I can tell you that the steel is fine. It still stops bullets, and it probably will for the rest of my life. However, it's built on an F550 chassis, and that thing is 18 years old now. If I push buy now in my cart, it would take 18 months to 2 years to get it here. So we're looking at a 20-year-old vehicle by the time it's all said and done. And so it's at a point where it either needs a major overhaul, engine, transmission, drivetrain, suspension, the whole deal, or we get a new one.
Lieutenant, not every department has a Bearcat, is that correct? The Sheriff's Department, I know the city of Folsom has one.
Pretty much every agency around here has one.
Oh, every agency does, okay, all right. Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Yeah. Supervisor Serna?
Thank you. A couple of questions. Just first, relative to what you just mentioned about the lifespan of the Bearcat on the 550 chassis. You're probably aware, Lieutenant, that local fire departments can sometimes either donate or maybe receive some incidental revenue selling their old fire engines and ladder trucks, whatever, to Mexico for needs down there. Is there anything comparable to getting some residual value out of either the chassis or the chassis with the, as you put it, the steel?
There could be some to that. I do know that the county has rules of how they offload equipment. It's a little bit out of my realm of expertise, but when we're done with equipment, including things like this, we give it back to the county, and they do get rid of it somehow, and I believe they do sell a lot of stuff. I would like to add, too, on the Bearcat that if we pass today, if we did identify a funding stream, we would come back to the board and for final permission to purchase.
That wouldn't be a line item in the sheriff's budget?
I don't know how we plan to fund it, but my understanding is it would probably come out of the Tucker Fund or asset forfeiture or some other stream.
If I may, and through the chair. Yeah, so likely it would have to be a contract with the vendor, and so instead of it being like the regular procurement stuff, it would still, we've discussed, would still come back to the board for approval. Might be on consent, but it would still come back.
Got it. Thank you, Eric. My initial reason for chiming in here was relative to the drones. Lieutenant, you may be aware that there are currently some restrictions that it's more or less an edict from the Trump administration on the purchasing and importation of certain new DJI-specific drone technology. Is that manifesting itself as a concern for the Sheriff's Department yet?
As it goes through the process, we have been closely monitoring it. And so for now, everything that we have and everything on that list that we would get new would be grandfathered in to that. But that is part of the reason for getting those NDAA American-made drones is to start looking at those, because eventually these types of drones won't be grandfathered in any longer. But we're good for now.
Okay. Thank you.
So before we go to public comments, I want to let you know that when I went on a ride along with the Sheriff's Department, it was in Sheriff's Department District 1, which is my district. And there was a robbery in progress at the Pick and Pull. And so what I was really impressed with was that they took the drone out and they utilized the drone, because if you know, the Pick and Pull is huge. And so if that was a manual process, it would have then taken probably more cops, more individuals to come and walk or drive through there. And so they took the drone out, and the drone was able to view the parameters of the facility. And so I just walked away thinking that was positive for staffing, positive for safety, and it allowed them to quickly assess the situation. And then when it was clear, we moved on. And so it was a very positive experience when it came to drones.
Great. And that is a very common story. These
Yeah.
drones are used routinely for that all the time.
Yeah, that's awesome. Are there any? Are you done, Lieutenant? Are there any requests to speak on this item?
No.
All right. I will bring it back and entertain a motion. I will move the recommended action. All right. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. All right.
Passes 5-0.
All right. Next item, please.
Next item on our agenda is boards to consider nominations. All right. This will be the last one of these for us.
Yay. Thank you.
All right. So I do need to announce the following are continued. Adult and Aging Commission, County Planning Commission, North Highlands Community Planning Advisory Council, Public Financing Authority of the County of Sacramento Metro Air Park Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, the Southeast Area Community Planning Advisory Council, the Arden Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council, the Carmichael Recreation and Park District, the Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council, the Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, Orangevale Community Planning Advisory Council, South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council, the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation Citizens Advisory Committee, the Cosumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Council, the County Service Area 4B, Slough House, Wilton, Cosumnes, County Service Area 4C Delta, the Sacramento County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Which brings us to today's nominations. First, we have the In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, and there are 8 seats.
All right. Chiefs recommend nominating Leon Kane and reappointing Joseph Wilson, and continue the remaining to June 16th.
Thank you. And next we have the Sacramento County Behavioral Health Youth Advisory Board. There are 3 seats, 1 District 1 nomination.
I'd like to nominate Idriel Gantiat.
Thank you. There is 1 District 4 nomination.
Please nominate Isabel Perez.
Thank you. And for there's 1 District 5 nomination.
Please continue ours to June 16th.
Thank you. Next, we have the Sacramento County Youth Commission. There are 4 seats. There is first 1 District 4 nomination.
Please continue to June 16th.
And 3 District 5 nominations.
Please continue them to June 16th.
Thank you very much. Then we have the Sheriff Community Review Commission. There are 3 seats. First, there is 1 District 1 nomination.
I'd like to reappoint John Stoller.
Thank you very much. There is 1 District 4 nomination.
Please continue to June 16th.
Thank you. And 1 District 5 nomination.
Also continue our hours to June 16th.
And our last body today is the Veterans Advisory Commission. There's expired District 1, seat number 1.
I'd like to reappoint Charles So.
Charles So. Excellent. Thank you very much. That will conclude our nominations. And the next item on our agenda are county executive comments.
Thank you, Todd. If Metro Cable can pull up the images for me, please. I just wanted to take a moment to share with you, we've kicked off our dangerous fireworks campaign that the board has asked us to do with specifically in certain areas. That it means continue to aggressively go after illegal fireworks campaign with the Sheriff's Office and the Sheriff's Office enforcement. We've also provided this in multiple languages as requested, and letting residents know that they can report their illegal fireworks on 311, and residents making them aware of the increased fees that the board has taken and put into our ordinances. So these messages will continue to go out through the 4th of July and will be featured on social media. You've probably seen it already. It's also featured on our Highway 99 digital billboard, and we're working with local media to get this into the newsprint and more out to our residents. Our goal continues to be to show people that there is a way of reporting illegal fireworks and that the county is here to address those things and impose the fines. So if the board or anybody, or any newsletters or any media outlets that you know of that you'd like us to assist with you in messaging, either this is just a sample. We have approximately 20 different images on this. If you'd like some information and that help pushed out through your newsletters, please let us know and we'll get that out to you. Thank you.
Okay, and I actually do have a request. Are we next item?
Oh, yeah. Next item is 78, supervisor comments, reports, and announcements.
Yeah, thank you. So Dr. Morales, one of the public speakers today, mentioned the request for a forensic audit of homeless spending, and I think that would be a good thing to do. In addition, we get these 6-month reports out, but I would like to have a monthly report out of things that we're working on, progress. I'm really interested in getting a report card of the nonprofits that receive funding from the county. I think this request from Dr. Morales is great. I'd like to have a KPI created and reported out to see where we are with the progress, and then any updates that are happening with homelessness. That's my request. And I do have some comments here. I just want to congratulate the class of 2026 throughout Sac County and best wishes on your next chapter. I want to thank Hang Wen from the Voter Registrar of Voters for the recent work on Election Day and the progress that we're making. And then I also want to thank Jennifer Claiborne and Brian Leibich, who gave me a tour in the North Area Recovery Station. And so I thank you for the time that on the tour. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, thank you and thank Kim, please, for all the material for the illegal fireworks. She pushed that out to all of us, and a lot of different options, and I know we'll be pushing it out from my district, certainly. One thing, Dave, I was going to mention this during the presentation on item 71, but can you tell me, were any of those images on the PowerPoint little Jerry Seinfeld? If anybody knows what that reference is.
Oh.
Some people are Seinfeld fans on here. I didn't want to bring it up when we're in the chambers. Look it up if you're a Seinfeld fan or not.
You're sitting way too close to Patrick. He's starting to rub off on you.
And then the final thing, which I think is a very important announcement, is we have a newly minted grandfather sitting in our midst here today. And so I want to give a round of applause to Supervisor Hume.
I'm so relieved
That's
that
awesome.
wasn't about me.
That's funny. All right. Next item, please. I do have one adjournment.
Next item is adjournments and memory.
All right. And yeah, I'm sorry this is long, but he was an amazing Sacramentan, and I think it would be great to share it. I want to close today's meeting in honor of Joaquin Emilio Razo. He was born on June 19, 1986 in San Francisco to Lydia and Refugio Razo, and raised in Sacramento. Joaquin was a graduate of Jesuit High School, the University of San Francisco, Gonzaga University, and a member of the Sigma Phi Epsilon. Driven, creative, passionate, kind, and blessed with the most beautiful tenor voice, Joaquin lived out the magic through his life with service and embodied what it means to be a man for others. Throughout his career in development, leading liturgies across the Diocese of Sacramento in song and extensive volunteer work, he gave his time, talent, and treasure to the Blue Zone, United Way, the St. Helena Chamber of Commerce, St. Patrick's Academy, Cristo Rey High School, Jesuit High School, St. Ignatius Loyola Church, the Cathedral of the Blessed Sacrament, and the Sacramento Newman Center, Sacramento Metro Edge, and the USF Latinx Alumni Association and the USF Pride Alumni Board. Joaquin was sarcastic and witty and could light up a room with his smile and laughter. He loved to travel and adored his time spent in Spain and Belgium. He was a food and wine connoisseur, and he was a proud pet parent to his dog, Toby. Joaquin lived every day of his life with an incomparable zest and devoted himself to uplifting others. So many called him a friend. At its core, Catholic means universal, and Joaquin exemplified this in his innate ability to be a universally present for those around him. Joaquin did not simply speak in his faith, he lived it. He sang with a voice that could soar to the heavens. Joaquin died peacefully in his sleep on May 18, 2026. He is survived by his parents, Lydia and Refugio, his siblings, grandparents, friends of his. Joaquin was like a song in the silence, and his loved ones will forever carry his memory of his voice. In the words of Bishop Richard Skilba, melody will not be impeded, for the echoes remain forever. They are vivid, if distant, memories of songs that will never really disappear. So I want to close today's meeting in honor of Joaquin Razo.